Yeah, so we'll pop into recap and kind of go from there. I don't think we actually started last session with, and then there was a fight, but maybe we did. Maybe that was the
We
beginning.
We
did,
did.
but I think it was against the swarms in the other room.
It
Yeah, we had a
was,
little fight with the swarm.
and then I was like, man, this is incredibly easy. And then the DM remembered how these things function, and it was still very
yeah.
easy, but
Yes.
it was less
Although
trivial.
I remember from the time before that, because Filibuster wasn't here, that you said, were you to do this fight without Filibuster, I think it would be significantly more difficult.
I'm not. It's not that it's going to be difficult. Is this going to take a lot longer to resolve? I know. I don't really think it was going to be one of those things where you guys would die, but it would take quite a few more resources, or I thought it would take quite a few more resources, and I thought it would take a lot longer because I was thinking that Philly had more of your area of effect attacks, like the concentration of area attacks was more in Philly than it actually is, because you guys actually have basically everyone who isn't Drock has an area option that is solid. That is.
I think Josh has the best area attack of all of us.
I have
Maybe not on the whole, but the singular best.
Which would be
your spear power.
Yeah, I've been.
Oh, yeah.
I really hold on to that one for when stuff really goes bad. I was waffling back and forth that entire last encounter about whether I should use it or not.
We'll find out if that's the right decision.
Yeah.
We can never. 1 second, sorry.
So, remember we were told 2 of the souls for the guy were Alandari.
Yeah. Which
I guess
are
I
devils in this world?
Yeah.
Like okay.
I guess I didn't realize that they were like people. I thought they were more like gods almost. Or not like gods, but like demi-gods.
I think I have known for a little while that Alandari are devils, but I have never been able to remember if they're devils or demons. I get them and the chaos elementals confused.
I think they're devils. But then why do they have souls? Right? Doesn't that
No,
seem strange?
I asked that question last time, didn't I?
I don't know.
I said, are Alandari immortal? And then I said, do immortals have souls?
Oh yeah, I do remember you saying that. Because they grant wishes, right? They're I thought they kind of had like some parallels to Al Shaib in a way.
Well, they I don't know if they do. They do like contracts and stuff.
They make bargains.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because because when we were following in the comet of Avar's spear, wasn't that an Alandari that we were dealing with?
Oh, was it? The guy that we fought eventually?
Yeah, wasn't he an Alandari that had like become nothing?
I don't remember that.
And he was intrigued about making a bargain with us, or us having Al Shaib make a bargain with him.
Oh, yeah, there was something about making a bargain. I don't know that I pieced that together. Because he had the name, he had like Mab's name like carved on him. Was that right? Or something?
I think Mab carved her name on him as we started giving him a name.
Mm.
Man, that was so long ago.
That was her exerting her control.
Well, also from last time, we learned about Hearn potentially being free. Because the giant couldn't say the Night King's name.
Hmm. Or at least the name that he was using wasn't the name of the Night King.
Thought it would have been the name of the Night King.
Well, I thought we knew that he was trying to say the Turi guy's name.
Yeah, I thought that's what it was. He
Yes.
tried to say
As
Turi is Night King, and then that was
Right.
wrong.
Oh, yes. But that's because Hearn / whatever his other name is free.
and is able to punish people who do that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then the only other thing I wrote down really of note is that when the guy died, my totemic bond triggered. So we thought that he sent or was trying to send a message to a star shadow.
Yeah.
I would say that your characters are have enough expertise in like rituals and dark magics and things like that that you don't believe that it was a sending or something like that. More like it was more like an alarm, more like a yes no, not hey let me tell you a story. More of a when this person falls, this thing triggers, and the person that set up the trigger will know, or the
I see.
entity that set up the trigger. So more of a ping than a phone call.
Do we think it's the Night King?
No, I think we thought it was a star shadow that was like
Well,
getting the message.
The Night King is related directly to the
He's related to the adversary, but
To the
specifically
adversary.
Gary said that my totemic bond triggers, which is only for star shadows.
Got it.
So
I think we just our understanding was that we should get the fuck out.
yes.
Okay.
So I think what we're trying to do now is kill Dalseth without talking to him because we don't need any moral conundrums, conundri, and then go do something else.
Is there any reason we could not take his container on the ship? We have a Fey container. No, we don't. We ejected that.
We
Never mind.
jettisoned it.
We have a containment area.
Well, I think that what we talked about briefly 2 weeks ago when you weren't here was if we wanted to talk to him or not. And we were kind of thinking along the lines of like, we know that we need his soul for the knife. And if we talk to him, he might have reasons that we don't want to kill him. And that throws a
You're
wrench
saying
in the works.
this is how America operates.
Yep.
Morin here is a representative of the Department of War, and I see Dalseth's cage as a Venezuelan ship.
Oh,
And
Jesus Christ.
It is too topical.
Because some guy stole a donkey one time, we should bomb it. And we're allowed to. Mm-hmm.
If I was ever hoping to monetize anything with this campaign,
Yeah, this is the episode that killed
Well, this is my intellectual property, so sorry.
Yeah. Totally.
it. Morin is very much of the opinion that we Quicksilver Dalseth and leave. But Josh, as a player, knows that several of you might want to overwrite that, and that is also okay.
Foxy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
morning.
Good morning.
Happy
So-
Sunday.
What I think sounds like the plan is you guys have a barrel of Quicksilver. You have a dude who's stuck in a vial. Is empty the barrel of Quicksilver into the vial and say goodbye. Deuces. Is that the Puppies and
Clotho-
Rainbow version of what you would
Clotho
like to do?
sends her regards.
Harsh.
Just
I think
a
I'm for it.
quick thing, because like, should we get should Drock bring Clotho in, because I feel like she kind of love hates this guy too, and might want to have an opinion about this.
I think in order for her to act within her nature, if we do that, Drock is going to have to kill Delseth.
Yeah, because he's winter.
Also, what's the one that lets her see through my eyes? One sec. I don't know if I've used that.
I think you might have used it
summer
with
power.
the flimsy.
Yeah,
or with
invoke
the-
summer. It's used, so I can't anyway.
Yeah,
Neat
okay.
idea,
Okay.
but can't.
Well, I was just thinking, because he's the reason why she went against her nature and was able to be imprisoned in the first place, right?
Oh yeah, no, fantastic
So
idea, and
wouldn't it be
I'd
cool
be up
if she,
for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I sadly used it.
Okay, well that's fine. No girl boss justice in this campaign, obviously. Because Gary's sexist.
True.
I mean, you could be the
You-
one to pour the
you-
Quicksilver.
You definitely haven't been dealing, with multiple years with powerful girl bosses in the campaign. That's definitely
What are you talking about? This campaign doesn't
And
even run
including
particularly-
some girl bosses that are also boy bosses, that also sometimes
Sure.
are girl bosses, that are also
Mhm.
sometimes boy bosses. Moment to
Aging
moment.
cereal.
so. I mean,
Also,
yeah. Is there anything you guys want to discuss other in recap before we kind of get into we've taken down the giant, we turn to the vial, right? You turn to the glass cage. Anything you guys want to do before I basically hit play on the story? All right. So you finish off the giant. The pulse of energy goes out. You can feel the momentary attention of the star shadows, and you are now here in the inner hold of the ship. You've got your barrel of Quicksilver in the background, and now is the time. How are you getting this in there? There's some discussion. One second.
I have Tensor's Lift as a daily utility, I think. Telekinetic Lift. I can slide an object that weighs 400 pounds, 3 squares in any direction, even into the air. And I can repeat this as long as I sustain it. It works on toddlers too if they fail their roll.
I was gonna say, we should give him an any last words moment and see if he has something to offer us that would make us want to save his life in some way.
We don't want him monologuing while we wait for the star shadows to show up.
Yeah, we think there's
Yeah,
a star shadow imminently on the way. What?
Josh was
Oh, okay.
specifically going to, pull the trigger while putting his hands over his ears, going la 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 la, not hearing any justifications that could possibly get him to change his mind. But my daughter has decided that now is the only appropriate time that could ever exist to cut her nails.
Aw.
And having to convince her that no, we need to do that, but really any other time.
Yeah, Griffle walks up to the cage and she's like, "Any last words, Dulcet?" And I just push past her. Time's up.
Whoa, that's a good Griffle voice. Maybe you should be Griffle. Hang on. I got this. Hang on.
Do more.
I am the. I would have to kill myself.
I mean, literally to get to be the Revenant, right?
Yeah, for 2 reasons.
Don't worry,
Alright.
it's easy.
Dying is the easy part. So for some. So the thing is, the idea is to teleport using the ability, right? The
I have
Scion ability?
telekinetic lift,
Mm-hmm.
so I can lift an object that weighs 400 pounds or less,
Mm-hmm.
3 squares in any direction, and I can keep
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah. Just
Is that
force over into it. The weight does not seem to be the problem. The problem is that he is sealed inside of this vial. Like the glass
Okay.
cage doesn't seem to have any entrance points to it. He doesn't
Oh.
need to breathe.
I brought this up,
Finally!
and you really didn't say that that was an issue.
I swing
I'm
at the vial.
I do not think it is going to be a difficult thing to do.
okay.
So it is not we'll just pour it in there. You are going to have to like cut open a hole, like it sounds like Griffel is about to do, or
Thought we were gonna wizards escape the barrel in there.
use a gate, or wizard. Like you will have to do
Can you
something
wizard?
to do it.
What has to have a hole for Wizard's Escape? I do have dimensional
I s-
shortcut.
I swung at the
Oh.
barrel. I put a crack in it. I hope I put a crack in it.
I just love the spellcasters are like gathered around, like, well, I could do this. Well, I could use this, and then just Griffel is like cuts open a thing in the side of the vial, and then it's like, well, that works, and you can dump the Quicksilver in. The Quicksilver goes into the thing, starting to mix with the acid because he's always basically waist deep in acid. And you see his face sort of contort when the Quicksilver gets added, and you get the feeling that like he's in unbelievable pain, but also looks like he's kind of bored.
Oh no.
And he's just
It's not
Wait,
gonna kill him.
Didn't we think that? Oh, okay. I'm reaching deep here. There was something with like we thought that he was like the bodies that had no soul, didn't we? There was something like remember when we were in the vault and we saw the guy in the coffin? Was it the orc who was the friend of the giant? He like had no soul.
Oh yeah.
And I feel like there was some like weird parallel where that came up in relation to Dalseth at one point. Does he? I mean, he seems like a living person, though, right? Like he was kind of like reacting to the giant and stuff.
He seems alive, but you see that while he is in terrible torment, right? He's
Mhm.
also been in varieties of terrible torment for so long, you're not really sure how much of him is mentally still around. And
Yeah.
unlikely that whatever remains of him is wholly sane.
Yeah. Okay, so can I say he's like there's a hole in the vial, right? So he can hear us.
Yeah.
Excuse me, we are trying to kill you. Is this not effective?
He kind of gives you a deadpan look and says, and then just says a long string of some sort of ancient Elven.
I think I have a ritual. Hang on. Well, I could Can I telepathically connect with him?
Sure, if you want to.
Alright.
Famous last words. God bless.
Okay,
So
so I
you-
will connect and repeat myself telepathically.
You just get this sort of bored sigh. I don't know if you're another illusion or real, but it doesn't matter. This never goes anywhere. It'll hurt, but I'll get used to it.
Well, would you like to be killed?
I've fantasized about it a long time. But then I got over it, and back to it, and over it, and back to it. You just see, like, he thinks about things happening in, like, cycles, and his mind just sort of, like, drifts away. His focus fades. And it doesn't feel like you're talking to someone who's completely awake. It's almost like you're talking to one of the, like, coma patients, where
Mm.
he's been in this state of physical and mental anguish for so long. The idea of being completely broken down and then getting something a little bit back and then being completely broken down is this just cycle that has repeated, and there's very little for him to hold on to when he tries to think at you. His thoughts feel like it's almost too much effort. It's not worthwhile to think about stuff anymore.
I snap my fingers in front of his face and say, "We have freed Queen Mab. If we do not kill you now, she will kill you soon. But our way will be potentially more pleasant."
He looks at the fingers as they snap, looks a little like, oh, that's interesting. That's slightly different than normal. And then when you say you've freed Queen Mab, he says, and she can, but if she's going to really get rid of me, then she has to make herself vulnerable. And if you've freed her, you know her enough to know that just doesn't happen. You finished dumping the barrel in there, and he's basically being partially dissolved, and you see his body is slowly healing as the mixture of acid and quicksilver burns him on multiple levels.
Did he just
Hit
say
him with
that Queen Mab is Voldemort and has his soul?
No, he
Maybe.
said
Oh.
if she kills him, it'll make her vulnerable,
Mm.
which he's unlikely to want to do.
She
which I think
told
is
Oh, I
us
see.
that as well. She said like she wants to go
Got
take
it.
care of him, but she can't because it's a big risk.
yeah. Because
I
of
don't think she
her.
specifically said she'd be vulnerable, but she did say it was like a big. It would be really dangerous for her.
She definitely. That's why she wanted us to free the Lady of Winter,
Mm.
so that her shield would be there if she did it. I wonder if we could hit him with the necrotic beam on the ship to prevent healing.
We can try.
Good try.
Drock could hit him with the light of summer.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That one's used as well.
Well, just like you're just like a dude. Like spend your energy,
Oh.
bro.
Yeah, no, that's
I don't
true.
know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Give him a big old hug. I don't know. Live your life.
I mean, also the weapon that Drock wields is like an artifact of summer.
Yeah, give him a
I mean-
little tappy tap.
Isn't that's like your whole thing?
But so is he
Hating
like,
winter.
he's still inside there though, right? Is the hole big enough that I can like reach in and try and hit him, or?
I mean, if it's not, you've got Griffle. She can
Don't
make the
throw
hole-
me in, Griffle, but can you make the hole bigger?
Okay, I just start hacking away at the upper half.
So when you kind of make the spot big enough that you'd be able to like reach down to where he is, the flail, as it kind of gets to where there's nothing between the flail and the heads start to like murmur to one another. And you can feel there's some sort of connection between the weapon and the thing inside the vial.
Can I
Do
understand
you mean
what
like
they're
the
saying?
when you say the thing inside the vial? Do you mean the liquid,
I mean Dulcet.
like the acid? Oh, what the fuck?
Well, that doesn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah, he was a summer knight at one point.
Winter.
No, he was a winter knight.
No, but he was what's her name's
right,
lover.
Right. Sorry, yeah.
Clotho. Oh yeah, the
Clotho.
Clotho head probably doesn't want to.
Hang
I have
on. No. Are you
ahead.
talking about like are you talking about Drock's weapon or my weapon?
Drock's weapon, not
Drox.
your weapon.
Okay. I was gonna say.
I have that honey power that I never use anymore. Could I use that and poke him with it?
So you expend the power, you draw on the little bit of gift of Summer's will that you have, and when you do, you feel like the room darkens as the Winter Knight's presence kind of keys in on Summer power being actively used right in front of him. And you see, when you draw on Summer, that there is a tiny thing of like to like pulling within the vial. That the Winter Knight, Dalsath, is not exclusively winter power. There is a little piece of Summer in there as well.
Does he have a
Aw,
piece
he
of
still loves
Clotho's soul?
Clotho. No, I think he still loves her.
Mm. Or he stole a little piece of his soul. Because didn't she make him immortal or something? Wasn't that something?
I thought the adversary or something adversary.
He bargained with the adversary to become immortal.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought that maybe it was something like he did something and that made him go against his nature and then he was vulnerable. Would that be?
No, he was. She thinks he betrayed her, but we think it wasn't. We think it was like an imposter.
Oh,
Because in the vision that we got of her being like strapped to the 11 to that like iron 11 pointed
right.
star, it was Dalsath who was like driving the spikes in.
You're right.
But we don't know if it was like fake Dalsath or
Hmm.
like a different part of him. Like, did he put all? Did he like become? Did he put all of the good parts of him in one person and all of the bad parts in another? And this is the good one.
Yeah. Well, should we ask him?
Yeah, I guess we'll just tell him we're trying to figure out how to kill him. He probably
All right.
he's probably more than willing to work with us on this.
Seems like he's not opposed. Dalseth, we are trying to kill you with summer power. However, it seems that you have some fragment of summer power within you. Please explain.
It was the deal. It was always the deal. A piece of true life, of true power. The knights, the nobles, the queens, they all draw from the same thing. And that's what they told me. I could have a little piece of one of them, and when it was placed in me, I would be able to stay with her forever. It's all lies, it's all truth, it's all what they want it to be. And and then, for always, I can feel both. And they can take it back. They can always take it back. The queens could do it, but in me, they mix. They told me it would be a strength, it would be power. But I can't die. To take out that which pushes me back And you see him lift one of his hands that is like completely skeletal out of the acid, and then it starts to regrow. They both have to take it back. They have to agree. They have to work together to take me apart. And it's not in their nature. A she-bargain of great proportions. I'm more than immortal.
Wait, so did he say who put it in him? The queens put it in him?
Both the queens.
Both the queens have to take it
Sorry,
out.
is that more than a mortal or more than immortal?
More than immortal. So he's saying that they and I will say that this is mental communications. You can tell he means something on the adversary.
Mhm.
Made the bargain, made the deal, and gave him a piece of summer power.
Okay.
And in order for him to actually die, the what was put forward is like, hey, you're going to be real deal immortal, because the only way this can be taken back is that if the queens take it from you together, which then means you need to have a queen of winter and a queen of summer together agreeing on the same cause, working in unison, which he says doesn't really happen.
Mm-hmm.
But it
Okay.
can.
And
It
Sorry,
can
Well-
happen.
don't both queens hate the adversary?
Yes.
And don't both
Yes.
queens hate this fucker?
Yes.
yeah, but I think that it's like well, like he said, like it weakens them to work together. Like it would be opening up a big vulnerability.
Well, I think he thinks that the only way to kill him is if they both work together, but I feel like there's got to be something that they've
He might be
overlooked,
remote.
surely. Yeah.
Sure. Well, I don't think that it's good for us to stay here much longer, and I don't think we're going to kill this guy in the next couple rounds.
What if we
So
take
maybe
him with us?
I think we need to take him with us. Yeah.
Just add him to the passenger manifest
Mm-hmm.
on our growing boat of refugees.
What do the rest of you think?
I'm not trying to say that what he's saying is more or less true than anything else. It's just a reminder, right? This guy's been stuck. He's been in prison for many thousands of years. And he's
Mhm.
talking about how things function back when he remembers stuff existing. And you also know that the rules and kind of the status quo and kind of how the world works, somewhat fundamentally and somewhat just culturally, is radically different than when he was imprisoned, right?
Yeah.
So keep in mind, like, for example, your conversation with Sage, right? Sage gave you a bunch of like, oh, well, this is all the stuff that we all obviously know. These are the common pieces that this is how the world works. And then there's a lot of things that he said that don't match up with the current worldview of a lot of you guys. So
Yes. But I mean, do we want to just try punching him a bunch? Because I feel like I don't believe that we're going to be able to kill him in this room. I don't know that the answer is to get the queens to work together, but unless anybody has a brilliant
Yeah, I think one way or
idea.
another, I think we need to get him out of here. Maybe bring him to our ship.
Agreed. I
But
don't
why
think we're
doesn't the
killing him in
Quicksilver
next-
work?
Because he's more than immortal.
it hurts him. And also, kind of going way back when, that like the queen had like all of her blood taken out and replaced with Quicksilver when she was put on the star. Like, it is unbelievably painful. But once you get to a certain level of power, it's not going to kill them. It's just going to be very problematic. But like
Was that
very noble or something. Yeah,
Lachesis that had all of her blood replaced with Quicksilver?
that was Clotho, the previous
Oh,
Clotho.
Clotho. Oh.
She was bound to the Iron Star, and then she had her arms and legs split to where she had 8 appendages instead of 4, and
yes,
then
I remember
had,
that.
had all of her blood drained and replaced with
She was
Quicksilver.
a squid queen.
Yep. So the question then becomes, if you don't, it doesn't look like the plan is likely to kill him here. Like the plan of just dump him in Quicksilver, good to go. He's in a lot of pain from that, but it doesn't look like it's going to actually finish him off. Do
We
you
just made his torture worse.
let it out? Do you let him out? Do you keep him? You seal the vial back up and carry the vial over to where you're going? Like, what's the plan?
I feel like we need to let him out. We're not taking this vial with us.
We're not.
We could put the vial.
What are we
on-
gonna do?
We could put it
Well,
in
how
the-
are we gonna physically move it? It's bigger than a person. I mean, I know I'm
the
bigger than a person.
sensors.
Can I? Hang on. Is it bigger than Filibuster?
It is bigger than Filibuster. I would say that strength-wise, you feel pretty confident that some variety of combination of toss a floating disc together and have Griffle and Drock physically move it onto the disc. It would be awkward to take the vial out of the room. It would not be prohibitively difficult, right? You'd have to go through stuff to do it, but there's not going to be checks. It's like, hey, if you want to get it done, you guys do have the tools to do this.
Okay. Do you guys want this thing?
What is
I
the
don't-
issue with releasing him?
Well, then can he just like bamf away? Potentially.
Yeah, but then
Phyllis.
Queen Mab can like fucking yoink his ass.
Presumably.
I feel like we should take him in the
I feel
vial.
like Mab would be pissed if we told her we were coming here to kill him and then we just let him out
Yeah.
and left.
Okay, that's true.
Which oddly is the thing that I'm
We made
more
a
scared of.
we made a bargain with her about this, or was the bargain just to get here? Because
I
the
think we
bargain was
ended up
to free
not-
the shield.
I think we ended up not making a bargain with her because the bargain was going to be you use your power to locate it and we go kill him. And then she was like, it would make me vulnerable to use my power to find him. And we were like, okay, never mind. We have
Yeah,
another
that's why we
way.
went to Oaklandsy
Yeah.
and got the
Got it.
logs.
Got it.
So no, I don't think we're technically bound to anything.
Yeah, but I don't think that it would be good to just let him go, knowing that he is.
I also wonder if Dalseth saying Mab isn't going to kill me because she would have to make herself vulnerable is because he thinks there aren't other winter nights.
Could be.
Oh, but we know there's multiple summer nights, not necessarily there's multiple winter nights.
There's 3 summer nights, right?
Yeah,
The
and there's
queens
not
don't like-
supposed to be. So I would assume there's not
Yes.
supposed to be more than one winter.
Well, we could. I mean, if we get, my concern at this point is that we just get out of here. Like,
Yeah, I don't want
These
to
are
be
all
around
good-
when we start shadows.
yep. So I think
Okay,
we just need
let's
to
take the
go
thingy.
right now.
Take the thingy.
Let's take it and go.
Alright. Yeah. I guess Drock and I will like maneuver it to where it needs to be.
So
Thing with him stuck inside
you're
us.
leaving him in the like half submerged in the acid and Quicksilver, and
Yeah.
carrying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck
Yes,
this
please.
guy.
Do we make a hole in this cage?
You made a hole in the top, but again, I think it would be for characters with your level of strength, it would be sort of trivially easy to make whole the top of the cage, right? You can seal it
That's true.
without too much effort.
Uh,
Because you're like, make whole as an example, right? You can just like fix damaged stuff and repair damaged pieces. Like if you took like the top off and threw it out into space, it'd be really hard to make whole. But all you did is make a big cut in it with, basically a lightsaber. So you can just seal it over and then take him. And then as you do so, as you make it to where you're not going to spill him, the mental connection that you get is from like before it it fades away, right? Because it's going to be sealed when the top of the cage is sealed. Is this sort of like half-hearted sigh as he goes, it's one of those. Okay. And you feel there's this sensation of like maybe he's been taken out of the room before, or maybe they've made him believe he's been able to be taken out of the room before, but
Oh.
because this guy has been tormented for a very, very long time in many different ways, and he's like, this is one of those beats. I know that method.
10,000 years, right?
Something like
Ish.
that.
He
Okay.
thinks we're a hallucination as well, right? So he's
Yes.
probably hallucinated his own freedom a bunch.
hmm I'm thinking when we get him on the ship, maybe we do some rituals. We could do some sendings to Mab and
Yeah.
So you guys
Lachesis.
go. You kind of go get him towards the ship, get him sealed away. That thing happens. Everybody, and you're sort of shuffling the disc with the big cage on it as you guys are going out of the room. And then there is this weird like resonance between you all that triggers at once. The temperature in the room drops by like 20 degrees, and then it slowly starts to warm back up as you feel the sensation of the rods going cold.
Oh.
Oh. Which
That
vision?
hasn't happened in a while because we haven't it'll be like the vision.
So that was the vision being changed.
That is
Yeah.
No, that
that
was
is
vision passing.
yes, right. So that is so the visions more. We've talked about this before. As a reminder, basically, when the rods go cold, that means the sort of point in time where the vision took place happens. So
Okay.
the
So
wind,
one of our visions has happened now.
yes. So the
Which
wind.
ones do
What
we?
do we? Yeah. What
Which ones
active?
do we have
What
left?
ones active do we have?
Well, it's probably the Merc one, right? Because we just were at
It
the
is.
space station with all. Okay, yeah.
Yep. So you'd be able to figure out, a few seconds that it was the Merc vision that passed.
So he just
Okay.
killed a bunch of avatars.
Did he?
Did he?
Speakers.
Speakers.
Or he was killed by a bunch of avatars.
I'm gonna add Dal Sath.
Why would he? Why would it have gone differently?
Well, the vision just ends with him like being in the room, I think. Right?
Doesn't he gets injured or something? But he's pretty much he's slaying.
I
I
don't
thought it was
think
from the
he's
POV
dead.
of the dude, of the one of the dudes.
One of the
From the
dudes,
POV.
yeah.
One of the dudes,
Hmm.
and then finds out that the others are being killed. And the end of the vision is him being killed and Merc telling the others to go and gather all the heads to answer some questions.
There you go.
But that assumes that Merc is able to go do what he was planning on doing prior to being summoned by you all and having things change.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
You guys,
Just moved that vision.
But last we know, Merc was killing prisoners.
According to
and
the
then
vision.
Did we
teleported.
get that vision before
No,
he
no.
met his daughter?
We did get that vision before he met his daughter. The last time we saw Merc, he was traveling into the Infinite Rings inside the prison, killing Arcurios.
Oh,
with
you're right.
axes.
You're right.
So presumably he's managed to kill the dragon and has
He
turned his
definitely
attention to
has.
the Star Shadows. Okay.
Hopefully.
But we
unless
don't-
he's
Yeah, because we saw Aegis
trapped.
has like extra big boy powers.
Yes.
He's a mirror.
But we don't know when the rods go cold if the vision happened as we saw it or if it was
Different.
just different. Yeah.
We could. I wonder if Merc knows how to kill this guy.
I was thinking about his daughter. Remember, she has the power to make things
She
immortal things mortal.
does. Oh my gosh, we need to go find
The
her.
reason to go to the
Well,
rings.
we know where
Yeah.
Merc is because we just passed him.
Well, we don't know that he was there. That's the whole point. He might so he went to the rings instead of doing whatever he was going to normally do. So we're not sure if he actually carried out the vision.
Right. He might not have gone to Slaughter Star Shadows, is what you're saying.
Mhm. But we could do a planar sending, or he's on this plane, right? If the vision happened and he just concluded it, he would be on this plane. So could we do a quick sending to him?
So you make your way back to the ship, discussing, hey, what are we doing? How are we going to send this? I assume you make it way, you retrace your steps, right? You're just going through things that you've already seen, not trying to explore anymore. Just make it back to the ship, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do so, and as you can get closer to the ship, there is this sort of like hum from the ship, hum through the helm of like potential power, like the very earliest beginnings of like of a plane shift, where like basically its navigation systems are locking on, and Griffel can feel the ship, because the ship is basically on high alert if anything is coming this way, can feel the earliest tingles of space not just being blank space anymore. About
Okay.
something else is the world, the power in the world is swirling and moving as stuff is changing in the local area.
Thanks, I hate it.
Time to go.
Time to leave.
Where to? Because
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
so yeah, you
Let's
get him
go to
on the
those
ship.
rings.
Once he's on the ship, you can basically just, use the ship to say, cool, teleport that to containment. Boop. Done.
Yep, let's do it. And then let's spam the fuck out of here.
Should we take
To
him
where?
out of the Quicksilver and stop torturing him and put him in containment directly?
No, I don't give a shit.
I think the container is important. Mysterious and important.
So if we can't stay here, where are you going?
Infinite rings.
We know where
But
those are.
do we
right?
know how to get there?
I think we do.
Yeah, Oglinzy told us.
Let's see. Where's the map?
To be
Apparently
clear,
there's a ship repair place in the Infinite Rings too.
Yes.
For Centaur.
Man, they have everything there, don't they? Guess that's why they call it
Centaur.
Infinite.
they're not infinite, right? There's 99, right?
There's 99 rings.
Yes. Where is the map? The star map.
He put it on Roll20.
Oh, perfect. I was scrolling through Discord, not even looking at the screen.
It's very
is-
hard to
it
find
is-
on Discord.
It is pinned underneath the. If you go to the Prosperity channel, there's a pin of the map of the Reach, and it's like, oh no, it is pinned in the Prosperity channel now. We fixed it.
I think we swapped it out last session or 2 sessions ago.
Yeah, I swapped that out because you didn't use the map of the Reach anymore. So I just unpinned the Reach and pinned this.
Oh, we should go back to the Reach, guys.
Mm.
We should see what happened to that blacksmith.
So to be clear, the yellow line is the river or whatever it's called.
The Alendar.
Yeah,
Alendar.
that is the Alendar.
So the Alendar goes through the infinite rings.
It's like
I-
3D,
sort of.
so
Yeah. It goes around the infinite. The infinite rings are in the middle of the ball. And this is there's going to be a day where the fact that I don't have a way to show this to you bothers me enough to actually represent what this thing looks like in 3 dimensions. But basically, you see that circle where the Great Hive, the Infinite Rings, the Edge of Madness, etc. That is.
Yeah.
That is like, think of that as the center of a sphere, and then the other 4 directions all fold into it.
Yes.
Right. So that place is in the middle of the ball. It's in the middle of the ball. Right. So there's a little ring, and then it's in the middle of those things. And that crack where that river is, or what they call the river, it goes like up and through, and then goes all the way through the center and around. So it is this, and you have to kind of imagine shifting that shape up to 3 dimensions, because it doesn't go much on the surface of the sphere, right? So the only part where the river is on the surface is here. I'm not sure that makes sense to you.
No, I understand. I have a 2-part question here.
Cool.
When we were on Prosperity, let's say like session 3, and we went to save whoever we saved in the like weird painting world. When there was the original ball, okay, we were in the heart of the ship, and there was that ball containment field. Is it sort of like that?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I do know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, secondary question. When we went into that weird forest realm that was kind of like a painting, was that like a glimpse into the Infinite Rings?
You don't know?
Yeah, classic. Read and find out.
But what I was trying to say earlier, and again, I don't know if this makes sense to other people, but basically the river where it is, the depth of the river is how close it is to the middle of the map, right? So here is by 3 Deaths and by Summer's End, it is on the surface of the planar sphere. And then in the middle, where you see it go from being a line to a dotted line, that's where the river turns. It's where the river changes directions effectively, because it is going through the very center, right? That's the deepest part of the river as it goes through the core of the sphere and out the other side.
Does anyone here know what is at the Infinite Rings?
Is at the Infinite Rings?
Yeah, do we know
Minotaur.
anything?
You know, it's where
No.
the what?
Well, I'm more
Yes.
so like thinking about the allegory I just gave about what it was in the middle of Prosperity. We know that the Infinite Rings is a prison, but if we assume what I said is right, and that we glimpsed into the Infinite Rings when we first started the game,
Mhm.
is it possible that all of the planes as a concept are a prison for something else?
Sure.
Am I cooking too hard?
I mean, I think the adversary would say that you're right. It's a prison for reality. That pesky little blip that destroys their beautiful nothingness.
I wonder if it also maybe could be the point at which the river enters our reality from the outside.
Mm.
Oh. Hmm. But that's not in contention with what I said. In a
No,
way.
No.
Okay. Okay.
just a different
Hey,
thought.
let's go to the Infinite Rings.
So,
Let's do
Pilot,
it.
where's the course being plotted to?
We could pop to Silver Spire, right? Because that's on this plane,
Yeah.
and then we could go to Karak Dun, Screamstone, Infinite Barrier.
I think O'Glincy just gave us the coordinates for the ship repair, right?
Sort of, yes. So he
Oh,
gave
let's
you
go there.
where he is planning on going.
Yes.
which he knows is like a blank spot of space close enough to the rings that he can park his fleet and not be like near anything, and then ferry in repair. So it's not, you know, it's the interstellar equivalent of a parking lot, I guess is the way to say that, right? Where he knows he can have a ton of stuff here. It's going to float and it's not going to run into anything. And then, but it'll be close enough that they can send people and equipment to the minotaurs that are on the edges of the rings to get repairs. He's not going to go into the rings themselves. He's going to be next to the rings, and the minotaur are on the rings. And he's going to get repair people from there and ferry them out.
That makes sense because I think it's Akatos, the Minotaur commander,
Mhm.
was like pretty territorial about the rings.
Well, he was
Mhm.
territorial about an army coming in.
Yeah. Yeah, but like the Imperium, like an Imperium world ship is an army effectively.
So, like, what he said matches up with what you would expect in world to make sense, right? He wouldn't be able to just fly the entire fleet into the rings uncontested.
Yeah.
He would teleport vaguely near it and then come over. You could do that. There's going to be some flying involved, and then also potentially there is the understanding that you're going to be teleported. If you go exactly where he is, you could be teleporting next to a whole bunch of Imperium warships.
Well, do we have any other way to get there? Oh, don't we have the filibuster? Didn't Purgatar give you the location of the guy who stole your souls or whatever it was?
Oh yeah, he said we could go anytime. But we can't take the ship, which is
You can't
important.
take the ship? Oh.
Well, I don't know how we would do that. I don't think we can take my ship into my dements.
Correct.
And then
You can't fly the ship through the doors. So
Wasn't he just going to tell us where it was, or he would take us there?
he said if we go, we had to go through the bank, and he would give us the exit through the bank to go.
Ah, okay.
So
Right,
one,
Gary?
there's that. Two, to answer the other part of the question, right? You guys could go. You know that blank spot, or the information you have is the blank spot on the map is the rings. You know that it connects to the barrier, and you know that the ship, your ship, can go to any of these nodes on the map. That is what the map is for. It's giving the nodes the ship can use. So if you teleported to, or you plane shift to the barrier, then you could fly from the barrier to where the rings are.
I would rather have the ship.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
So should we do that? Go to the barrier and then the rings?
Yeah.
All right. The ship fires up. You get the sensation kind of as the ship is going that you're going to be porting out slightly ahead of things porting in. If you'd taken more time on the Dalsas prison ship, you get the impression that you would have needed to like ESAT out to get out before someone else got here, or before something else got here. But because hey, this didn't work, pop it in the vial, let's throw it in the trunk and leave. You did that relatively quickly. You can tell that without any special effort, you can just normally use the ship's engines and plane shift out. So this location is a intra-planar transport. It's not interplanar. You're not leaving the plane. And you see the ship ring goes up, it ignites, the shield goes from the barrier around the ship goes from being a sphere to being that oblong sort of football shape, and then the ship teleports through, kind of gets compressed down as normal, teleports through the world and appears in an area that as soon as you pop into it, you can see there are dozens of massive old ships that are just clustered around. And at first it feels like, oh shit, everything's very close. And then after a second, you realize that you can see a lot of them, but the distances are a little deceptive because the ships are very large and they are, relatively speaking, somewhat close to each other. But there's like hundreds of miles between any of the ships. There's this cloud, kind of the same thing of like an asteroid field. You can, it is not a movie asteroid field. It's more of like a something between like an asteroid field and like a movie asteroid field, right? Where they're closer than they would be normally, but they're not so close that there's going to be any problems flying around. There's plenty of space to move. And as you port in, the ship's systems immediately ignite with activity as you get like half a dozen different hails all at once. So Griffle, yeah, your ship just gets pinged by half a dozen different things. Ships that are some of them are nearby, some of them are far away. It looks like you would predict maybe 75 to 80% of the ships that are at the barrier are not active. Like they don't have magic, they don't have life signs, they don't have any specific spell signature that looks like it's important or recognizable, and they don't hail you. But even only like 20% of these ships sending you messages is still a barrage of messages that sort of all come in asking like, who are you? We don't recognize you. What's going on? That sort of stuff. Would you answer them all? Would you answer none of them? Would you try to prioritize things? Like how would the ship basically introduce itself to this sort of weird fleet?
Okay, so first of all, I wouldn't not answer any of them because we tried that once before and we almost got blasted.
Well, can they actually see us?
If they can hail us, they're aware that we're here. Like,
Okay.
they might not be able to like see us, but they know we're here. So I'm not gonna I'm gonna send out just a general friendly like a general pulse of like friendly to everybody. And then do I recognize are there any like first of all, are there any ships that have beacons that I would recognize?
Several of the ships have beacons.
Okay, I'm going to prioritize the ones with beacons and try and figure out if I can like recognize any of those ones.
So the ones that you see that have beacons, there are 2 B-class beacons and 4 C-class beacons that are in the cloud. None of them look like beacons you have personal experience with, but they all look to be like Sulban in origin, right? They are marked as from Sulban, and there is this sensation that you get as like those ones are sort of communicating on a more friendly wavelength, I guess is the way to say it, than all of the other ones. It's more like they recognize like to like, oh, that's another ship that hails from Sulban. And you have this thing, and the other ones that are in the cloud, they're not hostile or aggressive or like that, but they don't have that same sort of warmth, right? That same sort of sensation that comes through using the beacon to communicate, where you get a little bit more of the sort of personality of the other ships. And you can again get the sense that they are, as a group, seem to be very welcoming. And as you sort of send out the general hail of, hey, this is what's, hey, we're here, we're not causing problems, this is a general thing. Would you identify yourself? Would you intentionally not identify yourself? Would you sort of hide yourself? Sort of the 3 things. Like, would you intentionally say this is who we are? Would you just leave that part out, or would you try to intentionally avoid identifying yourself?
Oh, that's a good point, to be honest, because we don't know if any of these people might be from like what's the Genasi city called?
Which one?
Sanctuary?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we don't know if any of these people are from Sanctuary. We don't necessarily want to fully identify ourselves. Right?
Yeah, I think we'd want to be a little cagey.
Yeah.
So KG, not secretive. Is that the?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
So the middle option, right? You just
Yep.
don't outwardly identify yourself, but you're not trying to.
Yeah, we're not
prevent-
trying to like hide. Yeah. I think I would probably like so what are we here for again? We're here to fly to the rings.
Correct.
Okay. I guess like I wonder if like we might need to negotiate with if we're gonna fly into the rings themselves, we might need to negotiate with this Akatar guy.
Akatos.
Akatar?
Akatos,
Akatar.
whatever.
Isn't that a sweaty novel?
Sweaty,
Okay.
yeah.
Sweaty, sure.
Akatos,
Okay,
that guy. The horny dude.
The horny horned guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the horny horn man. Oh, that's not a bad one.
So
Uh,
you get these calls. You send out. You don't do anything that's again, you're not trying to hide, but you're not just wearing on your sleeves exactly who you are. You
Yeah.
get from one of the beacons a questing ping where they try to figure out if they can identify you, and then it just sort of like bounces off. Like their beacon is weaker than yours, and so it just sort of fails. So they try to identify and fail. The other beacons do not, and the other communications don't do anything that you can notice to try to identify you. So this is one of the two B class beacons trying to figure out who you were. And then you can see that most of the other communications you get, they came with a ton of information attached to it. And when you see it, you can see that you don't feel like they sort of wrote a novel to you, right? This is not like they sent you this super long and detailed personalized message. They sent a general like, hey, hello, can you state your business, that sort of stuff. And then when you have the ship look into it, you can see that many of the pings that you got are ships manifests. That these other ships, you got, a couple dozen pings, and you then now have this massive amount of information of these ships manifests. And they have all kinds of stuff on it. They have people for hire, specialists for stuff. There's like raw material, raw goods. There's magical goods. There's all this sort of stuff. And very quickly, it becomes clear that it doesn't look anything like a marketplace on a planet would look like. But that's what this is. This is a bunch of trade vessels that are in this place that are sending out these pings saying, hey, here's all the goods that we have to trade. Here's all the stuff that we've got going on. And they're sending it back out saying like, hey, this is what we're willing to trade. What do you have on offer?
Guys, we
We've
don't have
got
anything to trade.
We've got a summer night,
Yeah.
Whoa.
a winter night.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
We have a
got
guy
both.
in a jar. Okay, in that case, I think I would send
No,
I
we
would
maybe-
send something like I'm just looking to buy, not to sell. Just browsing is what I'm gonna say.
Do we want to maybe ask for a guide into the rings? Does that seem like it's a bad idea?
Oh, that's actually wise. Yeah.
I mean, we could attract a nefarious agent.
Well, but he's gonna get ripped into a, brain words. If he steps on our ship, we have what's his face, that guy.
Oh, that's true.
Ibn al-Shaib.
Thank you.
But we don't want another what's his face situation. The
From.
So you send out, hey, we're just sort of browsing.
He's a perfectly cromulent friend, okay?
He's an
You send out
honest.
this thing where you're like, hey, we're not a merchant vessel, right? We are a customer vessel. And you get sort of the continuation, right? Of like, okay, this is what we have to offer. You get these sort of like explanations of manifest of like, what are you looking for? And you can feel that like you have it at your fingertips, but the ship systems are basically cataloging everything of being like, okay, they're just sort of laying out everything they've got going on and trying to kind of give the pitch. But the ship is sort of not prioritizing any particular one over the others. And then when you say, hey, we're just here, we're just browsing, whatever, there is one of them that doesn't send an explanation of manifest, that doesn't kind of give you that, hey, here's a fuller thing of what's going on. And it sends back, do you refuse to trade? We believe you have something we might want. So like all
do they?
Hey, we're just shopping, and one of the merchant vessels said, "Well, are you anti-trade? Because I think you might have something."
Okay, I'm interested. I will send back. What do you have to offer?
You have a painting that you can store dead bodies in.
So you say, "Hey, you're not necessarily anti-trade. What would you maybe have on offer?" And then the ship sends back request for meeting, request for visual communication or audio communication.
Okay.
Notably, this is not one of the Sulba'an ships. This is not one of the ships with a beacon. This is one of the other ships in the cloud, and basically says, hey, I want to talk this over. If you're game to discuss things.
If they don't have a beacon, how are they communicating with us?
Ship computers.
Oh, okay.
Radio.
So that there are other ways of doing this, like the beacons are not the only way to communicate, and the beacons are not even very common out in the deeper parts of space.
Yeah. Okay.
We could do a wheel or woe. Put that out there.
I would be keen to do a wheel or woe for this. We don't have any clue who these people are, and I am a little concerned. How do they know that we have something that they might want?
Mm-hmm.
We haven't given our manifest or anything.
Maybe they recognize our ship.
Maybe.
Let's see. I will say that the
just look at us, right?
Right. So all of the ships do give you something to identify them with. So it just kind of gets tossed into the, hey, there's a bunch of ships here. But this one identifies. It does send you sort of identification code. The ship's is called the Glimmer, or the long form name is the Glimmer and Glint of Gold in the Eye. So the ship is the Glimmer.
It's dwarves! Are we finally going to meet dwarves? Bet you it's dwarves.
Wait, what? What do we know about dwarves?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Not a whole lot.
Have we met a dwarf before?
No, we literally not met a dwarf.
Technically, there are some small number of dwarves on Faith, like on the ship of Faith back on Sulban. So when you guys went into where you guys met the pixie that played for like a single session, There would be dwarves there when you guys went and talked to like the mayor of Faith and stuff like that. But dwarves are very rare on Silban, so or at least the part where you guys were living.
Well, can we do a quick Wheeler Woe? Let's see.
Are you leaving the ship to do it?
I'll go on a weapons platform in my space
Sure.
suit.
Now, if you do that, that means that you're going to have to basically give a response of, "Hey, give us a minute," right? Like he's saying,
Yeah.
Open comms. So if you're going to do Wheel or Woe, then the answer is, "Give us a minute," and then we'll open comms. Is that the plan?
I think so.
Yes.
Really projecting strength here.
So
Yeah.
you do. There is this sort of like, of course, like this like very fast response as soon as you say, "Give us a minute," and then the comm line just stays open. Like it's like they kind of like left the mic on.
Huh.
Oh.
So you take a second, you go out, Wheel or Woe. What is the question for Wheel or Woe?
Is it? Let's see. Well, I guess
You say Wheel
just
or Woe. I think you're using Hand of Fate, right? Or is this
read
Augury?
omens.
Read omens.
So just you know, if we meet with these dwarves, or if we meet with the Glimmer, Wheel or Woe.
What?
Okay.
That's not a question.
You can ask one question regarding a particular action.
Oh, you're just saying,
Framing the
okay.
question so the answer tells you whether the chosen action will benefit you or harm you or allies.
So, okay. Could you put your token on the board for me? Make my life a little easier.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Ugh.
Oh, you're already on the board. You're way up
Oh,
here.
well now I'm here at the Infinite Rings as well.
Okay. Okay. So the ping comes back as either nothing or wheel.
Okay. And nothing, just to remind everybody, is you can't tell if nothing is good or bad,
Okay.
right?
I can.
Nothing means it's either it is neutral or that something is blocking / the ritual failed in part.
So if it goes well, it goes well. If it goes poorly, we end up in one of those magic circles again that blocks everything.
Poorly, we blame you.
I'm very diplomatic. All
So-
right. That feels okay.
So then Griffle, it comes back from the weapons platform. Would you say, all right, open comms?
Yeah. Let's do it.
So you turn that on. You see the main ship's room, right? The when you guys took the ship initially, there was like the captain's quarters, which has all of the complex mechanisms for controlling the ship. You guys don't usually do stuff from that room because you have the helm. But when this happens, you see a ring appear on the ground in the captain's room that lights up to show that there is an ability to like look into, right? So you could tell that what it's planning to do is like someone's going to stand in there and then they will be seen. And then you see a second thing next to it that looks like a display for what's going to happen, the same thing on the other side. So you step into the ring, which is effectively like into the camera, and they can see whatever's in the ring. And then they probably have a ring on their ship that it does the same thing, that will send you an image, and you'll be able to hear anything that happens within the ring. So does someone step into the ring? And if so, who is that? It would not be difficult for there to be more than one individual inside of the ring, but it is sized that would be slightly awkward for more than like two people to be in there, and it would be culturally a little unusual for there not to be like one person speaking, like the captain
Captain Warren.
or whatever.
Warren.
Marin. Oh God. All right.
So you
I'm like
step
the
into
exhausted executive in the room with like a beeping telephone from the outer office, being like, "Ugh, put him through."
you step in. There is a glimmer for a moment as the thing activates, and then the second ring is filled with this very high quality picture, but it's still obviously an illusion of a creature that is quite a bit smaller than Morin, and it is a little kobold that has a bunch of like knickknacks and trinkets and things that are all over it, right? It has this very hodgepodge looking clothing and equipment where it looks like it's got half a dozen things like clipped to it, rather than like having necklaces, right? Think of like someone that has a whole outfit that has a bunch of loops and things, and then they've got like carabiners with like things clipped into those loops and stuff on the carabiners. So they would probably like jingle a lot if they moved at all. And as soon as it activates, the kobold sort of like looks up and goes, "Oh, okay. Did not see. Good. Welcome to the barrier. Is there something that this one could do for you? You have things that intrigue this one." He kind of
things.
bows a little bit and like puts his hands out like in a sort of very like kind of over the top sense of like, oh, you are important, you are great.
He's not wrong. Well.
Wow.
Well, as it turns out, we are looking for a guide into the rings from out here.
Guide, yes. We have many things of where places are. We know things, and this could be a good trade. Yes, you have been a place that we want to go, and we have been place you want to go. Yes, good trade. Yes. And he very rapidly spins off a long sentence of something in Draconic to someone off screen. And he's like nodding his head. You can, even if you don't understand exactly what he's saying, there is this sort of like congratulatory sound, like you were correct. This is going to pay off.
What sort of thing are you interested in from our ship?
One of us is a star seer. You see, we can look into the black and find what is value. Yes, is glimmer in the eye of gold. Yes. And when we look and see, we can read what comes. We could see and our looker could see your aura, yes, around you. It carries with it something sacred, and it means you know the way to the Holy Lands, and you could share the path. Yes, you share with us, and we share with you. We trade, and everyone make as gold.
What is my understanding of kobolds? I feel like maybe they're trying to get the path to the Temple of the Redeemed, maybe?
This is a question for you guys. Kobolds are not a species that is around on Solban very much, or at least not in the Reach or in the Western continent.
But we
so
met them one time.
Go ahead.
Didn't we, Gary?
I did not hear your question, Kylie.
I said we met them one time. Wasn't that what the little guys with Altanuan were?
That is, yeah. They're very rare on your side of the thing. They only kind of live deep underground, and the only interaction.
Oh my god, the Holy Land is fucking the tower, bro.
Oh, yeah, the Plane of the Iron Tower, do you think? But that's like well known, isn't it?
Is it?
Well,
Not
okay.
really.
Oh, well, here's what we know about kobolds. They are like little cargo cult guys that get obsessed with things. And they seem to have a theocratic society. And the tribe that we came up upon, the like main guy was pretending that he was the only one who could understand what this dragon wanted, and they all worshiped this dragon.
Oh, I forgot about
like-
that.
It was straight out of like a Kali Ma situation.
Okay, so they want to know how to get to the Plane of the Iron Tower.
That could be. Because they're like dragon derivatives, right?
Depending on what version of like the like in world lore is believed, if you talk to a kobold, they will tell you that yes, they are descended. They have the blood of dragons in them. They are descended of dragons. They kind of look like little draconic people, but they're much smaller and much more kind of like goblinoid looking than Dragonborn are, right? So they look notably different. They're much smaller. They're much like leaner. They don't have the like different. They do have different scale colors and they do have different skin colors that align up with the different dragons. But it doesn't really do that much. It doesn't have a big impact on them culturally or physiologically. Like you can have a gold one that is born to a blue one, right? There's no there's not like lineages based on the colors.
So they're not true to seed.
They seem to be, if they are descendant of dragons, they are a further disconnect away from dragons than Dragonborn are.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, hey, this is a great thing. You have the way to the Holy Land. I have the way to where you want to go. We can trade, and this will be wonderful.
It's like a little concerning that they can tell where we've been. What with all of our anti-divination stuff and whatnot.
We said they have
Yeah.
someone on board.
They have a
Yeah,
seer.
but I know, but seers aren't supposed to be able to see us.
Can't Renki do a bunch of her seeing stuff even though we have divination?
She has to get on a weapons platform and do it outside of the ship. She goes to like she hovers outside of the wards to do it.
I would say that it is something you've not seen other things be able to easily do is read the ship. And that's what he just said they were doing, is reading the ship to tell that you had been there.
Didn't he also say something about our aura or something? Like, not.
It read your aura.
Yeah, so maybe he didn't, like, actually do a reading, but more just sensed something on the ship or on the outside of the ship, even outside of the bubble.
I know, but that's still weird.
That is weird. It is weird. Yeah, you are correct.
Did Aegis do something to our ship ever? Like protect it?
He's
When
been
we
on
went-
the ship.
But we had the dragons with us.
I'm like when we visited the Plane of the Iron Tower very recently, and then we
Yes.
went to the world ship. Did he do something to us to protect us at all?
I don't
He didn't do
remember.
anything to protect you, but he did open up a planar portal for you guys to fly through.
Maybe his magic stuck to us.
So once
Yeah,
that thought
that's a
comes
point.
through, Griffel can kind of like, hey, ship, what diagnostics? What does this look like? And you can see that basically there is the equivalent of exhaust. There is a bunch of like waste energy from the ship's engines, from the magic around the ship, all that sort of stuff that gets shunted out away from the ship. And if you kind of, hey, what does our exhaust look like? you can see that the aura of power from Aegis is still faintly there. It's not active anymore, but you flew through one of his powerful spells, and there is this faint nimbus of exhaust remaining from being on the plane of the Iron Tower and from going through that portal. And if someone was able to like really recognize it well, there would also be something from where you guys just were, but where you just were is on the prime, and it doesn't tend to have that strong of a signature, right? This is things that come from your shielding where you're going like positive and negative, right? Where everything is either above or below the prime, and then it gets equalized by the shields. So basically what you think is happening is your ship is bleeding off that excess energy to kind of neutralize yourself. You know, to think of it like a pH balance. You're getting to zero, so you're shedding all this energy. And so they're saying, hey, we saw the energy you shed. We recognize that as important, and that is like, you know, this crazy thing. Wherever you just went, we want to know how to get there.
Right. So they don't they are recognizing in some form or another that we know where the dragons are.
Yeah, they're basically looking at what's coming out of your exhaust pipe and saying, "Hey,
Give me a hug."
Some of that.
Do I get the sense that Aegis would be like annoyed or unhappy to have these guys show up on his doorstep?
You don't know. You don't know what his opinion towards kobolds is.
Well, we also don't know who else is on the ship.
Yep.
But
Well,
I also don't think that these kobolds can threaten Aegis more than all the other shit that has been threatening.
it's true. Well, we could do another wheel or woe, or we could do ascending to Aegis.
I feel like we should probably ask Aegis first.
So he's kind of said that, hey, I want to make this deal. I want to do this thing. What is your response? Like, you're in an open communication, right? Like he can see you, and he's like, hey, you guys can do this thing. I want to trade. I am interested in trading. You said that, you know, trading could be a thing. You can tell that he's very antsy about it too.
We could also just
Yeah.
ask them, like, why do you want? Like, we kind of know why they want to go, but not like really. You know
Yeah,
what
we
I'm
could say, yep, like we might have this information, but we don't know if it's something that people there want to get out.
Yeah, so I guess I'd say that information is not really ours to share, but we can ask.
So he says, of course, must consult. We understand. Yes. And if you would be looking for going inside for guide, we could set up things. We have favors owed us. We can give favors owed us to you for exchange.
He can get us in, basically.
He says he can, yeah.
Yeah, so he's saying like he's not going to fly you guys to where you're going to go. He's saying like, hey, we have good standing here. We will basically use our credit to let you all in.
I mean, in that case, I don't think we need credit to get in.
How dare you?
You are new to place. Maybe in times past you could pass, but things are changing. Yes. Glimmer knows things are changing. There is fighting in the rings. The sacred ones, they call to us. We can hear them here. Even now, it is changing. Yes. Go in without guide. No. Get guide of your own. Very hard. But we are good to our word. We are known. Can get you audience for guide.
Also, they can't guide us, but they can get us a guide.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Aglinsky said he was going to be coming here, right? Like this is the
Did
place
say
that we
that.
were told he
Mhm.
was going.
No.
Well, this area, this general
Yeah.
area.
He's going to be somewhere kind of outside of this cluster where you think that he's going to be, this is, again, I'm going to keep using this analogy, right? Like there's an open market. He's going to be in the parking lot, right, to this open market where he's going to be near-ish. They can send people in to go and get things from this place. But he's going to be maybe a few thousand miles away, which is nothing in space terms, but like he's not close to like hailing distance and things like that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like, if what this guy offers us is an audience and like an introduction, couldn't Aglinsky just do that for us? Or any of the Legion ships that are probably in this area?
I don't know that we know.
I don't know.
I feel like there could be politics, with it being a major faction. I have an idea that might not be too helpful, but I think while Morin is talking to this guy, could I do seek rumor out on one of the weapons platforms?
Is that one of the settlement ones? One of the streetwise things?
It's streetwise, yeah.
So this one doesn't. Basically, this place isn't condensed is the wrong word. Concentrated. This place isn't concentrated enough for Seek Rumor to function. Right? It's a bunch of little communities that are vaguely close to each other. However, if you get closer to one of these places, and you can tell that there's a large structure that is quite a bit bigger than any of the ships in the cloud that is, on your ship sensors that has not sent a hail to you guys, right? You guys got here and there is this kind of open market, but there is this big building that's off in the distance that has not sent anything to you. But you get the impression that is very, there's a lot of like magic and light and activity that is happening over at that thing. That thing is probably a community that Seek Rumor would be able to be used for.
Okay. Well, I don't know, you guys. I mean, we got wheel or nothing. So I feel like just telling this guy no and then walking away is not wheel.
Let's do the sending. Ask Aegis if it's okay if we give out his address.
They don't seem sketchy, really. I mean, other than,
Other than being
Yeah.
strangers that are talking to us.
being weird little guys,
Well, we're little guys. Yeah, let's do.
Little guys are always
sending.
weird.
Don't we know it?
Yeah, so we will consult, and while we're consulting, I don't know how long it's going to take to do this sending. What else do you have on offer?
So he will then say, of course, our ship's manifest is sent as well. We just wanted to understand. We have special things that we can provide and want something that you may think is not as valuable as a commodity. Of course, we have other goods, and then he'll kind of babble a little bit on like the categories of stuff that they have. And what it sounds like he has is like mystic trinkets. Like they are like a curio shop, right? That they've got artifacts and things from, but like not like the artifacts as in like your artifact weapons, more like the like old things that they have gathered together and found. And so he's like, you know, this is the type of stuff that we have, but we are we make friends and few enemies, and the people at the barrier know us and know that we will keep our words and our profile low. We do not deal any great with either of the Imperium or the Legion, and we know that balance is important. We will be good guides for you, but you must think, you must do, yes. And he sort of like shushes someone who's seemingly talking to him like off screen, and then does like a deep bow. I look forward to our communications in the future. And then he bows and takes a step out of the ring, and then it goes dark.
I don't know if this would offend the kobolds or if it would offend like Dragonborn and anything, but any chance they have dragon marks that they sell?
That sounds like a curio.
He might, but again, that is something that'd be physically on his body, and his body is completely covered.
They probably don't want to sell to you if you don't give them the location of the plane, though.
That's true, but hopefully they will. Hopefully we will give them the location. That would be the easiest solution here.
Mm-hmm. Can I do a planar sending to Aegis at the plane of the Iron Tower and say, we are in the Infinite Barrier. We have met a ship called the Glimmer full of kobolds. They wish to know the location of the plane of the Iron Tower. Is that okay?
Notes, sorry. Well, it's ascending, right?
It's adhering to 25 words.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to try to break it into 25 words because he's sending like one statement. But I try to pare it down a little bit.
Surely he's just saying yes, right?
Mm-hmm. Saying, I know those guys, they're cool. I mean, they're probably picking up on him because he's the mirror, if they really are.
Oh, man, I hit enter too early. Serves me right for not putting it in another thing. So he says, Io's blood runs weakly in their veins. I will turn none away, but what they seek will be found only when their mirror makes pilgrimage first.
Oh.
Mirror of the kobolds?
Yeah.
Any kobold sounding names in the list of the prison?
Hang on,
prisoners?
yeah, let's have a look.
Oh, yeah.
There was definitely somebody that seemed draconic other than Arcariothraxis, right?
Yeah, hang on. There was a couple actually. So prisoner 27. So sorry, line 35. There's ancient, true, draconic. a black bent to the oar. You can hear the ship crashing all around. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that.
But he basically said we can give them directions.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I think we could
Prison
start by.
manifest.
I agree.
Oh, I found it.
I think that might be the Dragonborn, though.
I muted myself. Sorry. You can give directions, but if I had taken my time to correctly send the message, the impression that you would get is he doesn't think if you give directions to kobolds to get here that they're going to be happy once they arrive.
Right.
Well, that's not the deal.
There's only two Draconic. One is Kerothrovaxis and the other is this other guy, and I think that might be the Dragonborn person.
Our Dragonborn, maybe they're newer. Maybe they're not. Maybe they didn't used to be their own race. Which I only think because I saw a lady turn a dragon into a Dragonborn one time.
Oh. Yeah, that's a Filibuster's interpretation. Like, that's an interesting interpretation, and like it seems plausible to me.
Oh yeah. That could be. Well, let's make the deal with this guy, Glimmer.
Yeah. As long as Aegis is okay with it, yeah, we should be all
think-
good.
Should we not? I feel like should we not tell him?
I think we should maybe also tell him about the mirror.
Are
He
mirrors
might be the
I don't-
mirror for all we know.
but are mirrors widely known concepts right now?
No,
No.
not at all.
Then I don't
he
know
said
if we
things-
The
should.
very concept of a mirror was like stamped out with the mirror themselves.
Right,
he
so I
said
don't
he
know
could
if we want to bring
feel-
that up.
But he said he could feel things changing. That's probably because of the mirror.
They're probably yeah. The mirror is probably out now.
Yeah. The mirror's either out or dead and passed to somebody else.
So could we say to them, here is the place that you're seeking, but if you want to find what you're looking for, you should find, like, maybe we could say, like, you should find
Others of your
the-
kind first?
Yeah, you should gather, like, the greatest of you first.
Yeah. We could also ask if they know who's a Perseverance.
Wow.
It might be like a, like a legend passed down.
The funny part is I know the name you're trying to do, and it's not what you said is not even all that far off from how you say the name.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm assuming this is a conversation that's happening prior to turning the communications back on. So when the communications turn back on, then it's up to Morin. Morin's the one that's in the position to speak, unless somebody else is stepping into the ring.
Yeah, so I would hail the individual I spoke with previously. And I would say,
So you hail, your ring lights up.
Mhm.
There's like maybe 45 seconds to a minute before theirs responds. And then you see, like, as you're standing in the ring, you see it light up, and the same kobold you were talking to earlier just sort of like stumbles into the ring. Oh, yes, sorry, great one. you are ready to speak already.
We are, yeah.
Already? What is he expecting?
That we wouldn't have a direct line to Aegis.
It's like these people would spend 40 minutes in front of a door. There's no way that they're not going to take a bunch of time.
Like, he does look visibly shocked that you immediately called him back. Because like you said, like, hey, I'm looking for this line to the Holy Land. And you're like, well, we'll
One
get back.
second,
let me just call up the Pope.
He's like, okay, they're not going to call us back. He's like, they very politely told me to go like somewhere else.
Oh, ye of little faith, this is why your blood runs thin.
Oh, rough.
Keep rolling, brother.
So I would say I am willing to share with you the location of the planes that you have seen in our wake. I don't know how to share that information, but I'm guessing Griffle could transmit it over potentially.
Yeah.
But I'm curious about these changes that you are perceiving, and which was the name that we think it is? Which cell? Oh yeah, here we go.
Row 35.
Could I write the name down and then like show him the name as opposed to trying to pronounce it?
Yeah, I mean it is you guys got written version because you guys spent the time right there with
Yep.
You guys spent like an extended rest there to catalog all this stuff. You could, hey, here is the written thing. Now, if you write it out exactly what it said in the prison, you know that like the modern language doesn't look like this anymore. So I'm not saying you can't do it or you shouldn't do it, but it'll be it's just something to keep in mind, that right? Like you can write it. I don't know if anyone knows on your group knows Modern Dragonborn, or you can have the ship translate for you into Modern Dragonborn, like the phonetics. But if you write it in Ancient Dragon, even if they might recognize the name, they might not be able to read the writing. So it's kind of like two separate things. Like it's not wrong to do, but just be aware if you write something in the ancient language, even if they would recognize it in modern, they might not.
I know modern True Dragon. Can I give my best interpretation of it?
Yeah, you can. So would you do a modern vocalization and an ancient writing, or would you do both in like modern?
I think I would do a modern vocalization and then give both the original and my interpretation of the writing.
So you have both modern writing and verbal, is that correct? So it's like you're doing
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you're writing it modern, you're saying it in modern, not trying to say the ancient name or use the ancient symbols. Okay.
But I would try and say it in modern and I would write it in modern, but then I would also give them the written ancient that I have tried to translate from in case there's like they'd be better at translating it than I would.
The question that I would have for you is, and again, you can have two people stand in the circle if need be. It would be awkward. Would you give this to Morin to present, or they can't hear you from outside the ring, or would you kind of swap spots with Morin to be like, all right, you're the one in the camera?
I give it to Morin. I would just.
I was gonna say I have a translator here that might have some information that is useful to you.
Okay.
I was just gonna have you explain it because I don't want to try butchering a name.
What does the translator say?
So like, I think what Josh is saying is he's going to give his.
I get it. Sorry.
And for you to be the translator, he's telling the other ship, "Hey, I've got a translator."
I understand the misunderstanding. It's all good. Cool. Yeah. So if you step out of the circle, I'll step in and say hello. Give my name, and then like give them the 3 versions of the name. So written old, written new, verbal, like spoken new.
And so there is this sort of like moment of surprise when you step onto the platform, where you can tell, and those of the guys that have insight can tell that the fact that when you step on, they are very surprised that one, you are the one translating dragon because you're not a dragon or dragonborn or anything like that, and two, that you're not Genasi. So like they see this and like, oh, that's like 2 levels of not what we were expecting. And then you show this thing and you give the Gyuzu Rurin Purin, which is the name of the old name. So you give the old name, and then you see the kobold sort of freeze to the point where you almost think like something broke on the feed, like maybe the thing broke, not
Maybe they're
he broke.
lagging.
Yeah, like lagging. And then when that happens, you see like after a second, there is a like you can tell that there's something going on outside of the ring. And you can see he goes, when Mo man great one. And then his eyes are like flicking around where he, it kind of looks like he's looking around the room where you guys are, but you know that this is something he's doing on his end. And then you can see him like shuffle back, and he takes a step to the side as something flies through the center of the ring, and the ring goes really staticky for a second as like an energy beam like fires next to where he was standing and cuts through part of the ring. And then
Good or bad?
he steps off the ring and it goes dark.
I feel like he was
Okay.
being held under duress.
Oh, maybe.
That is my read. Any change in what's happening on the ship over there? Ship sensors?
Do you want to give me a engineering to focus on Glimmer?
I don't.
Yep.
Islet, what's
Let me
going on
pull
that
my-
ship?
Yes, Captain. Okay, that's a 27.
27. I don't
It's
know
gonna be in the Court of Spring.
level. Oh, nice. Hard DC on. So, the ship sensors go out. You can sense that the Glimmer is a relatively small vessel for the vessels that are in the cloud, but it's bigger than your ship. Because like Superstition's Inn is big for a naval vessel, like pretty decently sized for a naval vessel, but it's really small for a starship.
Yeah.
So
This I have come to understand.
it is bigger than you guys, but it's like, it's like a cargo ship bigger. It's not like a war vessel. It doesn't look like it's fast. This is like a freighter. And when the ship sensors go out, you can tell that there are life signs. There's some life signs all over the ship. The ship looks like it could have a ton of individuals on it, and it maybe has a few dozen individuals that are spread throughout the main portion of the ship. Basically, it's just very sparsely populated. But you can see one section of the ship near the sort of middle center bottom of the ship. There is there's a whole cluster of life signs where there's more there, you think probably in the bridge or in the main area, than the rest of the ship combined. And as you're watching, you can see like signs of some of the life signs flicker and fade. You can see that pieces of the ship light up as heat and energy. There is obviously some sort of fighting happening on the middle of the ship.
I have a question. Can I cast view location for a place that I saw on a video screen?
Probably. Let me look at view location. I'm going to say the answer is almost certainly yes, but
I think I have an idea of what might be happening.
Well, they're killing him. What do you think's happening?
Well, I think we might have just started a holy war.
I think we might have.
Wait, what?
Well, because if you think about it, right, like they obviously revere dragons, and they revere like they will clearly have had like mythology about like their existence and their place in the world and their dragonness and whatever. I wonder if this is like part of it, right? Like, is there like, are there different sects?
Or like finding out that their mirror is not the dragon mirror, that they have their own mirror.
Yeah, or
Like
or
the-
finding out that like, oh, this is like a forbidden knowledge thing or whatever, and like the purge the heretics sort of situation. I feel like we started a holy war.
So, view location.
Mhm.
You cast as you're seeing this, being like, what the hell is going on? As view location starts to fire off, I'm going to kind of assume that one of many is not in the room with everybody else, that you're on one of the platforms. Because you're like, I want to be on one of these platforms to use these spells. Because view location is also a scrying spell. Scrying and divination both do not function on Superstition's End. So you've cast a couple spells. So I'm going to say you're on the weapons platform unless you tell me you are not.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh,
no.
Oh no!
Is that what we see?
Suddenly, one of our weapons platforms lights up. No! Get off the weapons platform one!
So while you're out there, you send the view location in. The little scrying sensor appears in the middle of this room, where you can see the only part of the room of the ship that you can lock onto is one, the ship's not moving, so it's stationary. You can actually connect to it, but you can only see that one little portion of the ship, right? You can see the circle that he was doing from. So you can't move the sensor from that location. But you can create the sensor to basically see what the kobold could see what he was inside of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the interior of this room is incredibly cluttered, where it looks like at some point it was like a fairly large like bridge of a ship with a dozen different stations with all this sort of stuff. That has probably been many years ago. And now there's like a couple of stations you can still get to, and there's like boxes and like miscellaneous knickknacks and trinkets and trash piled up in the seats and in the places. Many of the different like console control places for this ship you can't actually get to anymore. They're like buried under stuff. In this sort of maze of like trash and trinkets and things, you can see there are two groups of kobolds, about 12 on each side, that have taken positions on opposite ends of the bridge and are firing weapons back and forth at each other, right? They're taking cover behind trash. And the weapons look incredibly eclectic. Some of them have what kind of looks like a blaster pistols or blaster rifles. Other ones don't have anything that looks like that at all, and it's kind of hard to tell it's a weapon until they use it, where they have what looks to be little like statues or like some of them look like rods with like scrolls wrapped around them that they hold up and say something and they chuck and then it does some sort of effect. Where none of them look like they're spellcasting, but they're basically using magic items and like jerry-rigged things to launch back and forth at each other. And it looks like there's about as many on that would be on either side, dead or dying in the middle of the room as this conflict is broken out.
Well, that's too bad.
Man.
So this was Wheel?
Yeah, now we go in and we can loot their ship, and it's all good stuff.
So you can make me an Arcana check to see how long you can kind of view what's going on. But that is what you get as a snap is like, hey, there is looks to be some sort of I mean, it looks like a mutiny, right? It looks like there is two sides that are fighting against one another.
The guy we were talking to still alive?
The guy you were talking to is still alive and is in one of the clusters. and does not seem to be fighting, but is hiding and sort of furiously talking with a couple of the other kobolds, occasionally sending talking across the gap, right? Talking across no man's land. So he is both talking to the kobolds on his side, and then he's yelling things to the other kobolds on the other side.
Is he
So
trying to
36
mediate?
you get 4 rounds. You get a pretty decent amount of time.
Is he trying to mediate, or he's trying to antagonize them?
You can tell that he's trying to mediate things. That he's, telling the ones on his side, if you have to use those things, that there are settings that don't get anyone killed. And then he's calling off to the other side. It could mean anything. We don't know what's going on. Why are we killing each other? We're all in this together. Where he's frantically trying to get them to stop fighting. But what he's saying to his own people isn't stop fighting. He's saying fight non-lethally.
Mm-hmm. Can I yell to Morin, or I guess telepathically say to Morin, get in there and diplomat?
I mean, we could try to head over.
Well, can't you go back in the circle? Can they see
They
you in
need
the
someone
circle?
on their
even
side
in
needs
it?
to be in the circle for it to activate.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically what happened was you need someone in both circles for it to turn on.
Okay.
And one of those energy things tried to kill the kobold you were talking to, who jumped out of the way to not die, and it turned off the link.
Gotcha. I think we better fly over there.
We could do that.
Is it worth our time?
I mean, what else have we got going on?
I'm trying to see something.
So many other things.
Maybe they have a fake hill weapon.
So this is you basically have all of your skills through this, right?
Scrying.
So yeah, so I'm looking at view location. So it's basically you don't have any supernatural, so you can't detect magic through it, but you can see and hear and all that sort of stuff through this. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, and it says I have dark vision through it.
Okay.
And use perception to determine whether I notice unobtrusive things.
Yes. So that's what I was going to ask is, let me see. Do you have anything that would aid perception that is not just included in your perception bonus?
That's a good question. Well, I have that crystal ball that I think helps with scrying rituals. Let me see if it does anything. I know it gives a bonus to scrying, but
yeah, and if it gives you a bonus to scrying, it would go to this perception check as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a +4 bonus to Arcana for scrying.
Okay,
That's what it says.
and I'm gonna say that it's a +4 bonus to the skill checks you make to scry shit. So
okay.
Declare.
So okay. So when you look through this and you can see from where you are, right? You're in this little platform, and you can see there's kind of the command thing that's spread all around you. Again, it's kind of this section of the bridge is less cluttered than everything else, because this is obviously the part that they use on a regular basis, right? There's a bunch of paths that have been cleared through the knickknacks and garbage to get here. But this area is relatively clear. You can see that where the sensor is, if you look what would be effectively behind you, right? So if you're looking out towards where your ship is, on your left is is one of the groups of kobolds fighting. On the right, there's another group of kobolds fighting. Straight forward gets you to look across the bridge and then out the viewport to see where your ship is off in the distance. You can't see it from here, but you know that's where it is. Behind you, you can see there's one other area that looks like it has been cleared. And when you kind of look over towards that, it isn't super obvious because it's not the same style of design as what's on your ship. But when you look around and see where is all this stuff, you can see that the way the sides of it has been cleared and the way that the markings of some of the stuff around the edge of it, where stuff has been sort of piled up next to it, has been cut away. You can see that there's another circle that looks like it has something that can spiral up out of it. There's a spin disc right next to their view platform.
Oh. We would have to know its signature to spin to it, right?
You can see the signature, like the spin discs have a signature on them.
Oh, okay.
Like, it has like
Well-
a code on it that you can see.
I would relay that to the party.
Shall we spin in and end a holy war?
Yes, let's do it.
Or
You have
continue
some
it.
religious people, your spirit will be so happy.
Continue it.
Continue it. Maybe it's good. You don't know.
You're
You did
not,
say wheel.
you're not wrong. It could be good.
I feel like we're in wheel or woe territory, wheel and woe territory. So I think we're in the nothing category now.
That's just what you think.
I would spin in, I guess.
Yeah, I
if
would go.
Everyone else
I
will.
wouldn't want to stop the war that I started.
I'm game for going in.
What's the new what's that movie with what's his face in it that just came out? I know, really helpful.
Oh my god.
Super helpful.
Try a
The
little
wars we
harder.
fought.
Black
the
Phone
wars
2.
the wars we
Oh,
fought. The wars.
The Leonardo DiCaprio.
Leonardo. I'll find
I
it.
recall what you're talking
One
about.
battle after another. Why did I think there was a? Why did I think it was called war or something?
It's similar. Battle.
So, you guys can spin in. I will say from what you can see through the spins, you're not immune to getting hurt from the nonsense that they're tossing about, but nobody there looks like they're sort of on your tier of deadliness. Like these guys are not like would not normally be combatants. These are not adventurers. These are like
Pilgrims.
well, they're mostly like merchants and like researchers and stuff that have magical nonsense that are chucking everything they can out of the back of the truck and seeing what happens.
And we successfully fought some of these guys at level like 2. So,
That doesn't mean
Feel
these
good
guys are
about
level
that.
2.
well,
These guys are probably much more capable than the ones that you fought under the mountain, but still nowhere near the.
This is gonna be like that bar in
that was like
Silver.
3 weeks ago.
Not
Oh,
Silver
yeah.
Star, Tantarus.
Yeah, that was fun. The street toughs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the street toughs that thought that they had your mark and were quickly disabused. So you guys spin in. You can tell that Griffle. You can see that the ship does have a lock on the spin disc, and so you force it open using Superstition's End, which doesn't like. You get a thing on your helmet that says this door is locked, and then you see a button that's just like click to open. It is not meaningfully warded against the power of the end.
Cool.
So you pop open the lock,
Click.
and you guys,
Yeah.
and you guys appear in the middle of this ship. And you can see there is a moment of hesitation on both sides. You're like, oh shit, someone just spun onto our ship. And for just
I
a
want to
second,
like immediately yell, "Cease this violence!" as soon as we get on board.
Use your daily power.
Keep using violence.
I knock everyone prone on this ship.
so there is a stunned moment of silence, and then a couple of them look like they're like reaching for weapons, and then once they can kind of get an idea of like, oh wait a minute, I think they're probably just going to kill us if we keep doing this. You see them kind of like step away from their defensive positions where they're kind of back away, like behind cover, kind of grouped together on either side, but are like looking at you through the rubble with their weapons held like very protectively. Like they're not fighting each other and they're not aiming their weapons towards you, but they're not coming towards you either. Like they've gone off to either side and are like, oh shit, what's going on? And then you see the one kobold who was talking on the view screen kind of pull himself up. Great. Nothing bad is happening. And then he switches to Draconic and says basically the same thing across the way of saying like, everything is fine. There's nothing to see here.
Of course.
And then he, kind of bows and scrapes towards you. Please excuse, great masters. We were going to resolve our own problems and speak to you momentarily. Please do not take time from your valuable days to deal with such as us. And he's like bowing and like putting his head down, but he's like slowly kind of like duck walking towards you, where he's like moving towards you, but he's doing this very sort of like bow and scrape method of doing it.
And the truth shall set you free.
And then like when you say something, you hear like muttering from the little clump behind the guy that was talking to you, as they kind of like mutter and point at you. And then he goes, yes, we have our differences. I apologize for breaking communications. Now that we have guests aboard our ship, customers aboard our ship, we will, of course, leave our internal strifes to another time. As he's like saying this to you, but he's aiming it to the other side of the room.
Listen. Fuck, I know what. Okay, I know what I want to say, but I don't know how Griffle would say it specifically. So I'm just gonna roll with like how I would say it, and then we'll figure out how Griffle would say it. So
Okay.
basically, like I want to tell them we don't know, like what this name means to you, but we want to know what this name means to you.
And so so you're kind of basically saying like, we know that this is important to you. We don't know how, but we have information, right? Like we're
Yeah.
willing to talk this out.
Yeah. We can share, like there is more that we know about the significance of this name. If you would put all of this aside, we can share that with you, and we also want to understand more about what this name means to you.
And so they kind of bow and scrape. Yes, the name of meaning, of course. Those that the faithful can hear and see. We know of name, would be interested in the trade. You have done great things for us. We are a peaceful people with your appearance.
With your
And he's just sort of like really trying to figure out a way to spin this in some way that's not disastrous and looks terrible for them. And then he goes over and you see he like looks towards the middle where several of the dead kobolds are. And then he's like, the one of us who best understood the message of the journey is not with us anymore. But we have seen and heard, we are of the faith. And then he sort of like holds his hand across his chest, almost in like a half salute. And when he does it, you see all of the kobolds in the little cluster that he was hiding with do the same sort of like subconscious motion, right? Where it's not like a super obvious thing, but they both sort of like kind of think of like crossing your heart really quickly, right? Something bad happens, you sort of like do that subconsciously. That's what they do.
But the other group does not do that, right?
It does not do that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Are the ones that are dead, are they like dead, or could we administer healing?
I think they might be dead.
I mean, we could administer really late healing.
So you can see a couple of them in the middle are injured, and now that there is a momentary break, a couple of the ones from both groups kind of give each other the side eye while they're going and helping treat the ones in the middle. But the one that he gestures to is very clearly dead. Looks like a good chunk of the side of their face and most of their head has been melted away from some sort of energy beam, probably the thing that actually interrupted the communications.
Okay. I'm gonna point to the one who was talking to us, and I'll be like, "You be quiet," and then I point to like another random one from his group, and I'm like, "You explain your systems of belief."
And then one of the one that you pointed to goes, and you can see like put on the spot, and like you can tell that he interpreted that as answer me or death.
Oh, okay.
And he's
Oh, that's
like,
how I
Well, I'm not
interpreted
gonna
it too.
He's like-
That's not how I meant it, but I'm not gonna correct him.
because Griffle is physically imposing against a human, and these guys are like 40 pounds, right? Like they're very small.
I am not larger than them.
Correct. So like they are the same size as Philly, but much more gangly looking than Philly is. So they're even more like lightweight. So you point to this one, he's like scrambling and says, I cannot know exactly what to tell you and what you would want to hear from this one, but I can tell you I have seen the words, the markings, and heard the voice in my sleep. I know of it. It calls to us. And he sort of like gestures where you were holding the stuff. I assume you're not still holding the like whatever your like piece of paper or whatever you wrote it on. But he's like,
No.
we recognize that thing. And he's like, I can't. He makes it clear he can't read the ancient writing, but when you said the name, he recognized the name, but he recognized the writing as well. So maybe he didn't know those two things were the same thing. But says like that they have seen this writing, they've heard this name before in their dreams.
In their dreams.
So what about the other side? What's their deal?
Yeah, I point to them and I'm like, "Now you explain."
And one of them sort of like shuffles up and kind of pokes their head above the cover that they were using and goes, "We do not believe that there is this mysticism with things. We are traders. We buy and sell and exchange things of value, of note." And he kind of like taps one of the crates that he's hiding behind. These are the things that you can trade to live and to eat and breathe. These other notions are not dangerous if they do not interrupt trade, but they wish to give all of everything we have earned away to chase an illusion.
Play the capitalist.
Then you hear the ones behind them, so in kind of like grumbling, rough, like, yeah, that's, we were kind of accord. You can sort of tell that there is the break seems to be one of these groups is hearing this message in their dreams and wants to do something about it, wants to move, wants to change. And then this other group is saying, hey, we've got a really good deal here. We're merchants. Who cares what you hear whispering to you in dreams? Shut the fuck up and sell things.
And you would kill your comrades for such a belief?
The one that you were talking to sort of sneers at that and says, they would kill all of us. They would get us to scrounge together what tiny resources that we have and stake out into the black to some place that you have given us that is so far away we could never make it in our lives. And they want us to die and starve on their dreams.
Well, but okay. The name that we said is not at the place you asked about. Those are two different things. we don't know where Waffen is. You're gonna have to find them on your own.
Waffen.
Mhm.
So there
Who's
is
again?
this thing
Who
where
is Waffen?
you say
The guy.
this. Another terrible attempt.
Wait, the
But-
guy that was in the prison?
Yeah, I'm making a sandwich right now. I don't have my notes open.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure he's pretty nearby.
Is he?
Well, he was in the prison, and the prison is
yeah.
nearby.
That's true.
So there is
It
We
this
don't know
doesn't
if he's
mean that
alive.
he isn't still there.
We also
So
don't know
there
if he's
is-
alive.
talk back and forth between them, right? Where the one who was initially doing all the talking, then has basically been told don't talk to Griffle, so turns away from Griffle and starts mediating between them and saying like, yes, we do not know exactly what is going on. We know names,
do.
we have dreams, there is vision, and there is this sort of thing of like we haven't chosen to do any sort of action yet, but you can tell that there was, prior to this conversation, you can tell that this tension was already there. This tension of the one group of them is having these visions and feel compelled to go seek out the source. And then you told them, here is the Holy Land, here's the coordinates. And then they said, hey, this might be a thing that we're going to go do. And the crew was like, fuck that, and mutinied.
So can
Right.
we explain to them the concept of a mirror?
Huh?
Can we explain to them the concept of a mirror to try to explain what's happening to them?
Is that something you want to do?
Yeah.
That is going to be a very difficult concept to explain to a group of people that don't have that as part of their worldview.
I'm
Which
up
means
for
we-
it.
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
struggle to understand it as well, so I don't necessarily know that we are the best people to explain it.
It's not necessarily like I'm not against it. Just this is me saying there's going to be checks involved, and if you fail these checks and do not translate this correctly, it's gonna have some weird results.
I have a quick question for them before we jump into that, which is like, how long have the group that's been having visions been having them for?
So there's a moment of like complete silence from both groups, and then they kind of like look back and forth. Like the one group that has the visions look back and forth, kind of shaky-eyed at each other, and then the other group sends taunts across the way in Draconic, basically saying, "Yeah, tell them how long you've had these visions." And then you see the one that was talking to you initially kind of like look around for a second, looks at the one that's dead on the ground, and goes, well, as to that, there have always been visions of a great and glorious future, of a journey, of a path forward. But the visions that we've had have changed. They have always been here, been with us as people, but they have been stronger. The message is clearer in recent days.
Can I tell them, did this start, and give them the exact day that we freed the prison?
Mm-hmm. And you get that really quickly. They're like, yeah, that lines up, and get very uncomfortable about it. We have someone in the group that's Philly's got trained insight, right?
I do.
So you get the impression that their little religious group, they quote unquote have visions that guide them and do what they're supposed to do. Culturally, they're always supposed to say they have these visions that guide them. And then all of a sudden they started actually having visions that were guiding them instead of just saying they did. And that was immediately a problem.
A problem for the people who.
Problem for everybody.
So,
Okay.
is it sort of like if a priest is like, yes, God spoke to me and said that, and then like God actually speaks to him, and then he's
That's
like,
kind
oh
of
fuck.
what he's describing.
Yeah, so it's like a lifelong preacher that says, God speaks to me, and maybe they might be faithful. They have their own interpretations of things, not necessarily the faith is false. And then one day, like an angel physically shows up at his doorstep and says, "This is a message from God," and the preacher's like, "Holy shit!" And then goes to his flock and is like, "Hey, I know I said God speaks through me sometimes, but no, but for real right now."
Mhm.
That seems to be what's happening with them. So a cultural truth just became a literal truth,
Yeah. Okay.
and they're not taking it super well. So he says, "Hey, we've always had the visions. They've become clearer and more distinct." And you're like, "Did they happen on this day?" And he's like, "Yeah, yes."
Wait, what day did we say? Oh, what the day we released the mirror?
Yes,
Mhm.
the very day we
Yeah.
released the mirror.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can tell that the yes hesitation is like, "Oh, are they about to tell me that it was all a trick?" Because he's like, "We started having these visions from God on Tuesday, and we started having these."
we
visions
said
from God."
we
And it's like,
said yeah on Tuesday, right?
yeah, Tuesday at 10 p.m., right? And they're like, maybe. So a non-committal that is very obviously a yes.
Yeah. I want to say something like, "These whispers you hear come from the deepest parts of your species." And you will find the rest that you are looking for when that person reaches your holy land. And there you all are welcome.
So the little cluster of people that there are the faithful, right? You have the faithful, and then you have we'll say the faithful and the non-faithful, right? The faithful group look very uncomfortable when you say that, and a couple of them kind of dart eyes looking at the dead one in the middle of the room. But you can see that there is sort of a okay, that's a thing, because they're trying to figure out how to process this. And you see the group on the other side of the room are very much kind of coming together and not quite leaving the room yet, but are like, we're not part of this. Like, fuck this, we're out.
So I want to show off my ring that I have as a show of good faith and to demonstrate my trustworthiness in this particular matter.
Your ring? What's a ring?
It's just an item that I have, but the name of the item is the Ring of the Dragonborn Emperor.
So, you kind of impress upon them that yes, this is the thing. You can tell that basically half the crew is going to just say, this is gonna continue on, right? Half the crew is saying there's this thing that we're gonna go do. We have a calling to go in and find the Holy Land, and the other half of the crew is like, no, you're huffing some sort of awkward oxygen from the air filters, and you'll get over it. Let's not destroy our business and our home because you've had momentary insanity.
How many quote unquote faithful couples are there?
How many? I'm sorry, say that again.
How many of the faithful kobold are there? Like how many
It's about a
individuals?
dozen. Yeah, about a dozen.
Specifically, I think the question is, do they fit on our ship comfortably?
I bet
Yep.
that is the question.
Or could.
That is what
Because
I'm
you
thinking.
see-
Just
Mhm.
take the ones that matter to our ship.
Aw,
Yeah.
they all matter.
How dare you?
Take the ones that matter to our quest.
I am thinking that. I'm thinking that we could offer for the faithful to come with us and guide us through the rings because that is the last place that we know that the mirror was.
Yeah.
And and then the trader kobolds can have the ship. And if it doesn't pan out, we'll figure it out from there.
I like it.
Yeah.
So you guys are having, I assume, this middle communication things going back and forth. And you notice sort of as you guys are here a little bit longer, all the kobolds played basically all of their attention to Griffle and to Morin when you guys popped onto the ship, right? You guys were, Griffle is the most physically imposing of the group. And Morin was the one that they had seen to be able to see, like, oh, this is the leader and it's the one that's like talking for them and stuff like that. But like as you're here for a little bit longer, they start to pay attention to the other people that are there. And you can see as they kind of clock and start to register, oh, there are others in the group, that this group of 5 has other individuals. You see a couple from the group that not the faithful group, right? I'm going to call them the atheist group. So the atheist group, you see a couple from them start to like mutter and point, and it looks like they're focusing their attention on Drock.
Ooh, yeah, that makes sense.
Does it?
Yes.
Summer
Summer
loves
powers
dragons.
associated with dragons. Pay attention.
That's not my strong suit here, guys.
Raise your weapon. Look through Summer's eyes.
So you can tell basically that the atheist group looks like prior to them just having a discussion, a little quiet sidebar about Drock, they look like they're gathering their shit and planning to leave the room. You can see that they're looking at Drock as sort of, maybe that's not the only reason they're going to stay, but they're discussing this before they leave at minimum. What would Drock do when he sees a cluster of like 12 people huddle together, look at you, and start whispering amongst themselves?
Oh, probably miss it just like I do. So have I actually gotten to the point where I can, like, let's say spend a healing surge or something to like channel extra summer power, or is that still not really something I'm good at?
Narratively, you can probably just do it without the healing surge expenditure. If you want to just be like, hey, I'm going to glow with summer power, you can just do that.
Yeah, I think I'd do that specifically to see what they do. Not say anything, just start glowing.
Let's see.
Say nothing. Start glowing.
Yeah.
Could you give me an intimidate check?
Oh, yeah. If I can.
Oh, yeah.
Am I on the screen? Am I on the map?
I
That was
don't
not
think
very
you're-
intimidating, Dragon.
I
I don't think you've dragged your to this map.
I said that thinking intimidate was actually one of my good ones. It's not bad, but
So you go do this show, and you can see the two of them that were kind of like initially drawing attention to you both like go. They're not going to actually go white in the face because that scales, but like they freeze when they see that and are like, "Oh fuck!" And then the one of the faithful group sees you do this and then like steps out in front of you, and then like holds his hands out to either side in sort of like a warding gesture, and you see him pull out this little rod that has a bit of the cloth wrapped around it, the things they were using to like shoot stuff at each other, and he holds it up, and you see him like try to like hold it in front of you and then try to like put his other hand up in a like please hold on moment, as he holds up the ward in one hand and holds up his hand in the other, which neither of them get to like he's holding them up to basically get to your waist because you're way taller than they are, and tries to stop you from, because I assume you kind of like orient on them slightly and then begin to glow, and then this guy kind of comes up and says, no, they are not faithful, but please do not burn them.
I'll just say nothing but stop glowing.
So, I'm kind of wondering if, like, the reason some of these people aren't getting the visions of the mirror are because they're not true kobolds or have been affected by the adversary.
Mhm. Yeah, it's a thought.
I don't know, but
But we know that we know that there were Mir that were affected by the adversary. So
there were
I
Mir
don't
that
think
got
that
corrupted. Yeah.
I don't think that stops it.
So like once
Maybe they're
you
just
stop glowing, you see the others sort of like the others on the other side calm down. The two that were looking at you sort of visibly relax, and then you see the others in the cluster then realize something might have been wrong and start to then have a secondary freak out about like what the hell was about to go on.
What is happening?
And then the one that stepped in front of Jock does kind of like bow down and effusively thank you for what you're doing, and says that there will not be any problems. You will not even notice us, Great One.
I hate talking to these guys. This is so uncomfortable.
so. Should we invite the faithful onto our ship?
I mean, if it's what stops this holy war.
How long does a resurrection take?
Like 6 or 8 hours.
Oh, okay, so it's not fast.
But it's don't we just need to revivify? This guy's only been dead a couple minutes.
There isn't. I don't think there is one of those. I mean, there's not a ritual that does that in 4E.
Oh, okay.
There are a couple of classes that get something that's like Revivify, but Revivify is primarily like a 5e thing.
Oh, okay.
So if you offer to say like, yeah, you can come onto the ship, the one who was talking to you initially will bow and scrape and say, Great Ones, we will go if called, but it is our people that matter, not us as individuals. If it is not too much to ask, would we be able to send to the others of the faith on the ship and be able to take them with us? Or are we being anointed and chosen as specific?
Oh God. Yes.
Oh my god.
The Skylord has chosen you.
This is one of these moments where I really wish we were at a real life table just to see how uncomfortable these guys are making you all.
Okay, how many
I'm
How many of
literally
you?
like my body is tense right now. This could go so badly.
how many of the faithful are on your ship?
So they he gives an immediate answer, and then he kind of pauses for a second, and then looks around, and then says, "There are. Sorry, Great One. 18." Yeah, the immediate answer he gave was like 25.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
oh, rough, dude.
What happened to the rest?
Yeah, you can see they're dead in the middle of the room.
Okay. Can I talk to him telepathically? I don't really want the other guys to hear this.
Sure.
Him and the party. Okay, I'm gonna level with you. We are going into the Infinite Rings. We believe that your special guy is there, or we can at least find more information about where they have gone. And we need a guide. So if you want to come with us, that would be great. I guess we could take a few of your extra guys, but I don't know that you all need to come unless you don't feel safe on the ship.
We know they're not safe on this ship.
Well, they could just keep their heads down and be cool. Do you think your guys could keep their heads down and be cool?
He will say, if like send mentally, and I'll stop using the draconic language thing. So he'll basically just say telepathically, if you will agree, if you can go to the Holy Land if we can stay with you until you go there again, then we will come with you. But that is what we want to do. That's where we want to go. And it doesn't matter if you take us all at once or now, but if this is something that, like, he's basically going to say, if you will agree to transport those that want to go to the Holy Land, that he thinks that anyone stays behind will probably be safe. Because the conflict is not whether some of them go to the Holy Land or some of them don't. The conflict is, do they fly this ship way off into the ass end of space?
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of them are saying, no, we live here. You're just taking us off into the black to die. You can't do that. So if you will offer to transport them there, then that gets over the, like, really big inciting thing between them. And so that's what he'll say is like, yeah, I will go with you if that's what is needed to be done. And they will, and some of them can stay behind. And I don't think that there's going to be too many problems that can't be talked over, right? It's going to be awkward, but I don't think it's going to immediately turn to violence again. And then what it will say kind of at the end of that is kind of like glance over towards Drock and then look back towards Griffle and say, like, you have a lot of things needed to go between the rings. Does your ship have one of the makers on it? I see you bring knowledge, strength, power, a pilot, and one of the star's hearts. You have a maker with you?
That's hearts.
He looks at Drock and says, one of the star's hearts.
Oh. A battle mind?
Nope.
He thinks about it and goes, and he shakes his head. In the rings, the outer places that are sacred to the Maker people, we know of the hearts of the star. Some say they are many, some say they are one. I do not mean to offend if that is just a piece of one, or that is an individual. We can feel it sees the same. And then it sort of telepathically sends through this sensation of their ship's communications connecting with, like, a memory of him connecting with another ship, and then that ship being burned out of their ship's communication, and them hearing and seeing and basically going to salvage operation and seeing, like, something melted its way through the ship and killed everyone. And he's like, Drock is one of those things. So if you've got one of those on your side, maybe it'll be fun.
Is it because he's a Quicksilver demon?
You don't know.
Because he's a Topaz Crusader.
I'm just really glad that throughout this campaign I've, like, learned and clarified what I am. It really helps.
Do you remember
You've got, like,
the vision
most
we
app-
had of what we now know as a summer night burning its way through the bug hunter killer?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That would make sense.
That's a good
Star's
pull right
heart.
there.
If a star is a queen, it's her heart.
So yeah,
Okay, and
he's
what did
he put-
he asked? Sorry.
he puts the things together and says, like, hey, we know that there is this creature of incredible melting murder heat that looks like your summer night over there. He's like, you got one of those on hand. I mean, that's one of the bigger threats. So if you got that covered, if you have one of the makers on board, then maybe we can make it through after all.
What's a maker?
I mean, we have Al.
He sends through enough of psionic context for you to get. He's talking about a minotaur.
Oh.
No.
We've had that
We do
name
not.
before.
We do not have a maker, but you said that you are owed many favors, that perhaps you could help us when we head into the rings.
Oh, yes. And he kind of, like, You can see he's kind of being
Trying to
hesitant.
finish
about
his
it for a
mouthful
second.
before he keeps talking.
Yeah, sorry. He's being hesitant about it for a minute, and then he's basically like, if you mean to have this done like today, it might be hard for me to get them to do it. If you mean it to be done like soon, then I can get it done. It's basically saying like, I can definitely get us a Minotaur guide to go into the rings, and I can definitely get us permission. But you guys seem to want immediate shit to happen because like there was something going on. We dropped like we said, hey, this is what we're going to happen. You guys will be back in 1 minute. They expect you to get back to them in like 3 to 5 business days. You called them back 10 minutes later and said, here's all the information you need. They broke their connection, and then you teleported aboard their ship and calmed everything down. And he's like, I'm used to going through like normal channels, which should take a couple of days. Basically, he's trying to set expectations for like, I might be able to get something to happen faster. Just, don't kill me if the answer I get from them is we'll give you a guide in a couple of days, and not
Are
like
you guys used to being the punching bag of other races?
you're not certain. This crew definitely looks like it.
Because they're all just like, oh no, Uwu, please don't kill me.
This guy is.
I would say a couple days would be amenable. You begin your preparations now.
Be able to do so.
We also, we really need a rest.
We do.
Yeah.
So, it's not a bad thing to just chill here for a little bit. Maybe we could do some shopping! Oh my god, guys! Shopping trip!
Yeah.
I love shopping.
Narratively, you do need to resupply for your crew at some point. So taking an extended rest here, basically in a marketplace, would not be things might be a
Ooh,
little
we can give
pricey
them
here.
some fucking woolly too. Not that
Yeah.
there's a shore. Yeah, they've been asking for a break for a while, and we were like, yeah, we'll get onto that, and then
Also, how long did we pay them for, and how long has it been?
we paid them for a year.
You paid them for a year, but also the way that their payment works is not time based; it's risk based. So you paid them for a year's worth of sailing risk, and this has now been several months of real life time. But they came to you at some point since you hired the crew and said, basically, we are past the point. Like, we have gone through some incredible shit with you all. That would be we have gone above and beyond the contract. We're not saying we're deserting you, but we are saying, hey, you probably need to pay us again and pay us more because
How they would desert us.
Oh.
because we're not hired to be an interstellar pirate ship with adventurers that go and fight gods. That's not what you hired. You hired us to sail across an ocean.
Yeah.
So
Did we?
That's what they thought we hired them for.
Yeah.
We just weren't entirely truthful. Yeah, I feel like we can have a union negotiation. I'm all for workers' rights and everything. But also, where the fuck are they going to desert to? Space?
That's what I said. Yeah,
Okay,
feel free to
same-
hop off, brother.
Yeah.
Wow.
they do not seem to be like saying, hey, we're going to leave. They basically say, hey, the job that you hired us for, or the job that we thought you were hiring us for, is not the job that you hired us for. We would like to be compensated differently. And I don't think, from the way that you guys have interacted with the crew, that you guys would be like, fuck it, if you don't like it, jump off, would be willing to work. You guys also are much more wealthy than what they're used to dealing with, just from passive wealth and stuff. So, this is a conversation that has happened at the table, but also narratively continues to happen where they're like, hey, you're asking us to do a bunch of other stuff. We are happy to keep doing it because we are respected. We are paid very well, or we're paid somewhat well. We would like to be paid very well. We have really nice amenities, right? Even for the crew, having a table that you can walk up to it, touch it, and imagine whatever it is you want it to eat, and it will spit out that food. Basically having
It's a pretty
replica.
cushy job, yeah.
Mhm.
That is really cool for your random sailor. but they're like, please
But
be in
also,
mind.
like, they don't necessarily like a lot of, because there's not like the ship doesn't require like the level of handling that like a traditional ship would. There's a bunch of crew members who they brought on expecting to like run a sailing ship who aren't actually like needed for anything.
They are still needed but they've had to relearn how to function as sailors because they don't have to climb up into the riggings and rig sails. They have to be connected with the ship's heart and will the ship forward, right? The ship runs on focus. And so like, that's not what their job title was in the past. So they have to do different
Okay.
things, which again is not a complaint, just, hey,
Can I just like give them all a bonus? Can I just like take, because we're like fabulously wealthy at this point, right? Like compared to them. Can I just give them all like a very, very generous bonus and be like, here, like take some shore leave, go to the markets, go shopping, like you have a day. You have like however many seals.
yeah, you could definitely do that. And is that the plan now? Is basically take Glimmer. So the ship's name is the name of the captain, which you'll find out pretty quickly. So Glimmer is the name of the ship and will no longer be the name of the ship once he passes the role of captain off to somebody else. But you take the captain with you to your ship, kind of like, hey, get acclimated here. Some other people have shore leave, all that sort of stuff going on. And then you take an extended rest here. Is there anything else that people would want to do prior to that being a thing?
No.
Sounds like no. So
No.
you guys take an extended rest here. The stuff that you would need to do would be level up to 18. The people aboard the ship will go out and look at things and go to get like all kinds of stuff, right? Like some of the crew like focus on going and getting fruits and vegetables, where like they can totally do that if they know. They go and get things that they've never had before, looking for things that they might like so they know what to ask the table to give them.
Ah, that's clever.
So like that is a
What's
big
the name of the memory bars from your other campaign?
Yeah, the Mimsticks.
Mimsticks, like that.
Yep.
What's that?
So in my other campaign, there's a military force that basically get these flavorless nutrient bars. But one of the things they do to help morale is they make the flavorless memory bars slightly psionic, so that if you think about a specific flavor or taste while you're eating it, it'll become that flavor. And so one of the things they use a lot of their shore time for is they pay like very well for these like world-class chefs to come to this random fortress to make these amazing meals. But they have to make them periodically so they can remember the flavors for later on.
Nice.
So same sort of concept, just with a different flavor because it's the table instead. So yeah, you guys take a extended rest, do all your level up stuff here. What you'll get is from taking an extended rest here is, while it was sort of jarring to get the blast from everyone here when you showed up, you see several other ships either fly or plane shift into the area, and they all get the same treatment. So like it was weird, but then when you see other groups, you're like, oh no, this is just kind of the welcome that everybody gets. It's like, oh, this is a new people to the market. Here's what we have on offer. It's basically the equivalent of like someone walking into town and there being a bunch of criers in front of all the shops announcing their goods and trying to get people to come that way. It's just the spaceship equivalent. Over the hours that you spend here, you will see that there are half a dozen, like I said, other ships that come here. But you'll notice pretty easily that none of the ships in in this area that is right outside the barrier have markings of either the Imperium, the Weiss, or the Legion. And you can tell, and you'll find out just from being here for a little while, that there are 3 other shipyards that are for those groups. So this is sort of like the central hub that's right outside of Barrier, which is the name of that fortress place that you can see off the edge of your view screens. So this is the primary market around Barrier, but the people who come into the marketplace have to basically leave whatever their affiliations with the 3 major space powers at the door when they come in to barter. So you're not allowed to like wear Legion armor or fly the flag of the Imperium or anything like that while you're in the marketplace. It doesn't really look like there's a lot of like hardcore enforcement. There doesn't seem to be like a police force that's making this happen. It's more of the kind of cultural agreement of like, it kind of benefits everybody if people keep the peace, at least for the moment here. And after you're here for a few hours, you're about halfway through your extended rest, you will get a ping from Barrier as they sort of get around to noticing there's a whole bunch of new ships here. And you can tell that happens maybe once every like 6 to 8 hours. The people at Barrier will look and see if there's anyone else here, and you get a similar manifest thing from them, but theirs isn't physical items. Instead, it's a list of basically saying, hey, if you need this kind of engine repair, this is how much it's running, this is how long, right? Where rather than, oh, we have 500 apples for sale and they cost this amount of money, it says, if you're looking for this category of engine repair, this is how much it costs, and this is how far backed up we are. Like, this is the backlog. We'll get to you in like a week. So they give you this big long services thing, which luckily the end doesn't need any of the repairs that is being on offer. But you do get communications from Barrier proper. On the extended rest, the kobold will come aboard your ship and doesn't immediately bamf out of existence.
That's interesting.
And then like has a moment of crisis when like he steps off the platform and goes and looks around the ship and then notices that like all of you guys stare at him awkwardly, and he's like, what I do? Did I do a bad thing and I'm gonna die?
You're okay,
Oh.
buddy.
Like this moment
Never.
of terror, and then it's like, okay, there's nothing wrong. You just okay.
Interesting, you're alive.
Yeah, he's like, he notices you thought that, and it's like, I'm afraid now, and I don't even know what I should be afraid of. So it goes along and walks through things, and eventually, like gets to meet some of the crew members, and he seems pretty much immediately well liked by most of the other crew. Partially just because he's super subservient to everyone and like calls everyone great one, and that
He
awkward
calls
feeling.
everybody that?
Yeah, the awkward feeling that you get when he's doing this, he just seems to be doing it to everyone, and you're kind of seeing that might be just how he acts.
I thought I was special.
Yeah, you're not special, Morin.
So he goes along and talks to different people. And the only one on the ship that he seems to take any sort of special interest in or special note of is Vertek. And you can tell at first, like, he tries to have a conversation with it and it doesn't super work, and Hatterai has to explain to him what's going on. And then he just looks really sad.
We didn't leave Vertek on the planet of the Iron Tower?
No.
Oh.
I mean, no one said you did, so.
I thought we did.
Yeah, I had a feeling we did too.
Okay. I don't have that in my notes. I don't remember that, but if that is something that you guys intended to have happen, then I'm not against it. I can do that stuff.
Did like Vertek seem to have been helped by being there?
Yeah, I
don't-
thought we had like a little talk about it.
I'll have
So
to
maybe
revisit.
I'm wrong. Yeah.
I mean, if everyone is in agreement that that's what you would have done, then that's what you would have
Yeah.
done. Like, I'm not going to be a stickler for it. I don't have in my I have in my notes that Vertak is still in your group, or they're still kind of on the manifest for your.
Okay.
So let me move him off the ship real quick on my notes.
This
So-
Glimmer guy's hallucinating more conversations with dragons.
Yeah.
Aw.
So he will go and talk to different peoples. It seems to basically get along with everybody.
Does he
The
talk to
only-
Sage? Or does Sage talk to him?
Sage is with
yes and no.
I thought Sage stayed with Bess Mahis.
Oh yeah, true. Sorry.
So Sage is not a-
Okay, hang on. Let me update our. Okay. Sage is no longer with us.
Oh
Mhm.
no.
Rest in peace.
So Sage's not with you guys. I'm just updated for Vertak is not with you guys. It's basically all of the crew that you hired: Hatterai, Argol, Misislav, Keke, Yimdrig, Poeth, and Gelthek.
Galthak, yep.
Which one?
And our
what's-
Formian friend?
And the Formian.
Yes, and
Yeah.
Namir Benen.
Who's the person we saved from the dragon on the beach? Who was that guy? The family?
Mstislav.
Mstislav.
Mestislav.
Thank you.
Correct.
And Poeth and family. And
Yep.
Gelthak's head now with new body, our Formian friend, Keke, Delseth's soul fragment, which we're not telling anyone else about.
Oh yeah, I'll put
Delseth.
Delsath on the.
Yeah, now we have Dalsath.
Is there anything you guys would do with Delseth? Would just leave him literally stewing in his own torture for the extended
I-
rest? Or-
I think during the extended rest, if we had some downtime, I would talk to him.
Is there
You
any
wanna-
reason to continue his torture?
No, I said take him out. Put him in containment directly.
No, not take him
I
out
don't think we
specifically.
should take him out, but should we like drain the
Yeah.
acid? Yeah. I agree. I think we
Yeah.
should drain the acid.
Because he's
Is
in
that
containment.
is that
like-
preventing him from escaping?
Like if he had a body, could he escape?
Yeah, that's kind of it. Or is it like
It is not
don't-
unreasonable to assume that were he not being constantly forced to regenerate, that he would be in some method stronger. Do you think that'll be enough for him to break out of his cage and go and do whatever he wants? You don't know. You don't know if that would be enough. But it is reasonable to assume that he is weaker because he's constantly being dissolved in acid and,
Mm-hmm.
you know, inundated with something that is specifically bane to his people.
I mean, let's remember our end goal is to kill this guy. I have a thought. Nobody's gonna like it. Not even me. But we could do a dream concordance with Dalseth to try to
yo, that
speak
goes
to him.
hard, and Gary does not have that set up. I don't think.
No,
Yeah,
I
I think
know.
because he isn't prepared for that, we should do it immediately.
Unless he is prepared for it.
In which case,
He's
if,
being
if
really
Gary
quiet.
says I need to take a step for a 5-minute walk, we don't do it.
Can we take? Does that count as our rest? How does that work?
So
dream
dream
concordance?
concordance happens during a rest.
Oh,
But we don't gain the benefits of a rest if we do it, right?
Correct. Yes.
It's gonna take a
Wow.
couple days to get this Minotaur. I'm not saying we do it right this second. I'm just saying that could be something that we could be interested in doing.
it sounds like that's what Josh is saying, though.
That we should wait.
Well,
I
Josh
think
is
do it
just
right
trying to
this
fuck with
second. Oh.
Gary.
Yeah, that was more of a let's fuck with Gary than let's make a sound decision.
Not
Let's
not
make
trying.
an unsound decision.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to push you guys in either way, but I will say I do have stuff prepared for Dream Concordance if you use that on Dallas.
Of course,
That's
you fucking
crazy.
do.
Of course
Now
he
let's-
does.
Of course you do.
Okay, but we know why he has stuff prepared for Dream Concordance, right?
Because there's walkers in his brain.
Yes. Well, and one's brain.
Well, we're gonna have to. I mean, if we did a dream concordance, my thought is we could find that little piece and take it out.
I mean,
Ooh.
I don't know if Josh is joking, but
Oh no, I'm not.
you've read the first paragraph of Dream Concordance, right?
Yes,
Like
yes.
it is.
I
it is
have
one
read
of
the first,
things-
and the very first time that we talked ever about using Dream Concordance, I was like, yeah, well, that's gonna get fucked up real fast because of this.
But it didn't.
We haven't done it yet.
We
Yeah,
did it on the Formian.
Did it in the Formian.
Oh, that's true. We did do it on the Formian.
And it was fine.
Mostly fine.
Mostly
I wasn't the problem.
true.
It was fine for me.
Didn't we almost lose Griffle to falling off a balcony into the stars?
I mean, that's her own thing, man.
I went floating for a little bit. You know, I love to go sailing.
So I mean, yeah, that if that is something you guys want to do, then we could do the Dream Concordance. We could also do that later if you guys wanted to do it later.
I would like. I think a Dream Concordance is a great idea, and I would like to do it after I have my dailies back.
Oh yeah. Everybody
So do
wants
it.
to be level 18 for the Dream Concordance.
So in world, right? That means it's like, hey, we need a day to rest and recuperate and recover, and then at the end of the second day is going to be Dream Concordance.
Mhm.
I
So,
think
like, okay. So first day passes, getting into the second day, and Glimmer, the kobold, not the ship, will ask you for permission to go and use the spin disc on your ship to spin onto barrier to go and make a plea for a Minotaur to come and guide you into the rings.
Sure.
Lee,
Sure.
why are we begging?
I mean, he's
We
basically
send-
saying,
Well,
"Can
he's
I use
begging.
the teleportation circle?" Like,
Oh,
Yes.
But- I say plea because of the way he talks.
Jesus.
He ports over to barrier. He's gone for several hours, and then does come back, and seems to be quite excited. And we'll come up to probably to Morin.
I would.
Because he's either going to come to one or to Morin, and I don't know. Because one is the one that kind of did the mental communication, kind of the sidebar. Hey, this is the straight talk. But he knows that Morin is like ostensibly in command. So I think he would.
Ostensibly.
I think he would. I mean, like, you're the one that is. Everyone says you're the captain, so he's like, outsiders are like, oh, that one's in command. The people that live here are like, no, it's a group thing. So I'm trying to think of, like, with a day being here, would he be perceptive enough to realize that that's kind of not how stuff works? And because he's sort of immediately befriending everyone, probably he would actually just go to one instead. And then he has no way to turn on mental communication, but he will sort of ask and gesture and point at his head and point at your head and do a little swirling motion of, like, could we do the mind thing?
doing the like, are you doing the psycho thing where you like twirl your finger like crazy?
Mhm.
No,
I
more
will do
like
the mind thing.
more like, holding something up that looks like he's like DJing with an old record, like this thing, the two heads that go together, the thoughts back and forth.
Yes, I will do it.
And so he says, there is great news. There is much fighting in the rings, but they have had less problems in the past couple of days than they have had in previous weeks. So it might potentially be a thing that one of their guides could be available as soon as tomorrow. And then he sort of spends some time explaining how, like, he personally knows all of these guides and sort of lists off like half a dozen different people and like why they would help if they had time. And he seems like he's slightly exaggerating, but because he's sort of fast friends with everyone on the ship pretty quickly, he might not actually be exaggerating all that much. He seems to be willing to kind of do whatever for other people. And as a people pleaser, he seems to have made quite a few friends. So he kind of says like, this is the thing, the way it goes. And then says, but I may have in just passing in conversations, one of them had spoken about a star's heart, and I may have mentioned that you all might have information about a similar sort of thing. And if you would be willing to share that information, perhaps it could speed up the process. So we will have a guide. We will have a guide no matter what. But if I could tell through more official channels that you either have one of these or have more information, I know a particular guide who might ignore some other requests in favor of ours.
Okay. Thank you for all of your hard work on this. Allow me to confer with my fellow captains. And I will relay this to the party.
I still like zero understanding of what a star heart is. Like, they're gonna ask us
You.
questions, and we're gonna be like, I
you.
glow sometimes.
I mean, do we want this info getting out? I guess it's already out.
Yeah.
It's pretty.
You did
Yeah,
bring a
it's kinda
yapper.
early.
We did.
We sure did.
Yeah, so he will say, I know a specific individual who, if you will agree to have Drock talk with them and show them stuff, show them the glow that he showed us on my old ship, I could use that, I could spend that into getting his attention to get him to be our guide, and he will make the case that like, I think that this person is an especially valuable guide. So, I think it'll be beneficial for you and beneficial for me and everything. But he kind of goes on this thing of like, I'm really hoping you're not mad that I let slip that you guys have some information on this, but I didn't spill everything, right? Like I didn't tell them everything. I told them enough to know that, like, if someone was interested, I might be able to, have something for them. And so if you say that I can say yes, if you come and guide us, that I'll have one of them talk to you. Perfect.
I mean, I'm fine with talking to people. I might learn something too.
Yes.
We
Let
might
us set
actually
up a
learn
meeting.
what this thing is that they're trying to learn about, because we don't even fucking know. So
Can you invite this guide to our ship?
Of course. If I have permission to tell that the bright one is here, I will then be able to get them to come much more urgently. Basically, like, do I have permission to use Drock to get him to come faster?
Sure.
Are we worried about like an ambush kind of situation?
Al's
Always.
got our back.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yes, very well. Please invite your guide here. You may tell them you may tell them that they can meet this Starheart here.
So sounds good. So he says, thanks you profusely, spins back to barrier pretty much immediately. Like he steps off the thing, walks over to you and says, "Hey, I want to do this. Is this okay?" Turns around, immediately spins back to barrier. You get the feeling that he probably wouldn't do that normally, but he's under the impression that he has to do things immediately for you because you guys want
Yeah,
something.
because we've given him that impression.
I think he does have to do it.
Oh, this needs to
I
happen
appreciate that.
yesterday. So I'll treat this as urgent. When he spends away, you get this. Several of you get this like sense of like closeness and warmth that you know is normally the precursor to Al-Shaib sort of drawing you into his realm, but he's using it to sort of like get your attention. So you have this little like envelope of heat for just a second. That's like, hey, notice this for a second.
Can I go visit him or
No.
open a communication with him?
Yes, you can open communication. You can't go visit him because his region is still
Radioactive, right?
radioaction. Like, gonna give you cancer immediately.
Okay.
Is that gonna last for like a super long time? Do we feel? Okay.
Whatever the half-life of whatever that was.
Yeah.
So, Al-Shaib, reaches to you and says, "Hello, my friend. I sense you are speaking to something. I, however, am having hard times in focusing on it. You just spoke to something. What is it?"
It's a kobold by the name of Glimmer. We are helping him connect with his mirror, who has been recently released.
Ah, this is a thing of making sense, yes. A creature of great faith you have found. I would be interested in speaking with them should they ever falter.
Ah. We will keep that in mind.
Should they ever falter?
I guess we know why some people don't get pulled in.
I would say that Al-Shaib will kind of explain it in magical terms that I don't want to try to translate twice. One into like the way that he talks, and also then into like Arcana, and then into English, because it's translating 3 times. But basically, what he'll explain is, from his perspective, he could kind of tell that someone was there, but until he did anything, until he caused any problems on the ship, it was like he was just beneath notice. Like he couldn't focus on Glimmer while he was on the ship. And then when you say, "Oh, this is who he is, he's this kobold," Al-Shaib's like, "Oh, it's a kobold doing that. All right, fine. I'm not worried anymore." And you get the sense that, like, from Al-Shaib's perspective, he's like, "Okay, that's what kobolds do. That's fine."
What does he mean? That's what kobolds do. Like, do they just not show up for him?
Or maybe he's
Like, I
never
don't
met one
understand. I don't
before.
get it.
I'm assuming it is because the kobold is so unwavering in their faith that they would not make a bargain with Al-Shaib no matter what, and so he can't even notice them.
Is a good approximation of a theory that can be correct, my friend. But in this case,
No.
there are those that are lacking of will. Your Formian friend, for example. I do not attempt to bargain with it. It does not have will of its own to make a bargain as such. This little one has a will of its own, but its people are protected from great power. They are used to being in the presence of great things that could destroy them at a whim, and have developed a talent for being not worth the trouble, not only to the
Not
physical,
worth the trouble.
but to those of magical inclinations. You sort of get the impression that, like, to his arcane sight, to the way that he sees the world, it's like he's looking at a field and he's an ant. Not that he has to be an ant that's going across the field, but like it's like someone has learned, oh, if I'm as small and not noticeable as an ant, I'm not going to get crushed underfoot. Or if something really big steps on me, I'm going to be sort of like between the treads of the boot and won't be hurt. Or even I might be squished, but my body is flexible enough and I'm on a different scale enough that I'm not going to be killed. And the way that Al-Shaib says it is like the especially faithful among the kobolds, they just go through the world where a lot of the great powers, they really can't notice them.
Interesting.
I get the sense that like their sort of cringing obsequiousness is like as a result of that, or like is like connected to that in some way.
Or is the cause of that? Like,
Yeah,
that's their power, their superpower.
like maybe it's actually like there's a distinct purpose to this, and that like maybe they even know, right? Like maybe they know there's a distinct purpose to this, and that's like what they're tapping into. It's interesting.
So he once you say that it's a kobold, this is this guy, he's like, great. And then when you get that also for translation, right, when he says, should he ever falter, it's like, should he start to not act like a kobold? So he's now I can pay attention to him. Let me know, because I do want to pay attention if I can focus.
Okay.
So Glimmer is gone for about an hour again, about a seal, a little less, and then comes back, and he will send back a thing of, hey, I've bartered the deal with you. I want to have another come aboard with me.
Is it the Maker?
Yeah, says he wants to get permission to bring one of the Minotaur aboard the ship with him when he spends back.
Well, that would be fine, right? That's what we
Yeah.
told him to do.
We should probably let the Minotaur know about Al-Shaib first.
Should we?
How?
Should we really?
Well, we could spin out with Glimmer. I'll spin out with Glimmer real quick.
Right. So if you guys go spin the other way, right? It's like, rather than saying, yeah, you have permission to come here, I'm going to spin to you and talk to them for a second. When you spin out, you get into this room that has this weird sort of tiering system into it. And it's very clear. It feels like you're in a cavern. So it's this old stonework all around, where you feel like a lot of this is still kind of looks like naked stone, where they've like burrowed into like an asteroid or something. And the whole place is divided into these 3 different tiers of spin discs. So you will exit out on the lower tier of spin discs, and you can see that there is a middle and a larger tier of spin discs. With the largest spin discs on the whole spin platform look like they're somewhere in the range of like 50, 60 feet across. They wouldn't be big enough for you to spin the end through, but smaller vessels could probably spin through those discs that are up there. And you can see there's quite a bit of like cargo being spun in and out of it. They're not really used for people for the largest sized of the spin discs. But you pop out the other side, you can see that there's a ton of activity, right? Like this is kind of like being in a busy airport, where there's constant spins happening everywhere. And you can see in front of you, as soon as you step out of the spin, bows to the person who's behind it in like full on power armor, and kind of gestures towards them and speaking very rapidly in Minotaur. which is something is modern technical common. So it's very rapidly pop, talking in Minotaur. He's very fluent in this, and then he switches over to talk towards you, and then he taps the side of his head and makes that little swirling motion, and then gives you a big thumbs up when he points to the Minotaur, like, "Hey, I told him you can do the thing," and then gives you a big thumbs up and a big goofy grin.
I will.
I can see why people
telepathically-
like this little dude.
I know he's adorable. I'll telepathically connect to him and the Minotaur and say, "Greetings. I am one of many. I am a captain of the Superstition's End, and I am here to escort you onto the ship. It is good to meet you."
He kind of gives like a formal nod and salute, and he says, "I am Runner Lohios," and he gives his little like clap to the shoulder salute, which oddly does look somewhat similar to what the kobolds were doing, but his looks more like a formal like military style salute. He bows a little bit. Lohios is like, I think he's like 9 feet tall. Hang on, how big is he? Where are my notes?
Pipsqueak.
How tall are you again?
5'10".
Sorry, I meant Griffle.
I'm like, I feel like I'm like 9 feet tall as well. I don't feel like I'm like that much taller than him, but I'm gonna flex on him anyway.
So he's not quite that tall. So he's just a hair over 8 feet tall, but he's tall, and he's in like full on like power armor,
Yeah.
right? So he has
He a
like
beefy
the
boy.
visor,
He a beefy boy.
visor and everything, and he looks like he's a big guy under the armor, but then the armor then adds this whole layer of stuff on top of it. And the only thing of his body that you can really see that looks like it's actually that's not covered in the armor is that he has these little things on either side of his legs, like where his calves would be, that look like they can fit down over his legs, but his hooves are actually touching the stone. So like he's walking on his hooves, but it looks like there's part of his armor that folds down where he'd be a little bit taller if he was kind of on the top of the boots that are attached to the armor, but they're not on right now. So he says, "I am Runner Lohios, and I formally ask for permission to board your ship," and says, "Your ship has a unusual name, and it is known to us that there is another ship of your name. But according to our records, the end has been claimed by a peoples, and any that say they are that same ship are to be treated as pirates. I assume this is not a stolen vessel, and merely many things that can be the same among the stars."
Yes, in this vast and infinite universe, it is surely likely that it is the second thing you said.
We prefer liberated.
He nods, but you very much get the impression from when he talks that he personally does not care which of those is true. Like, that's one of the things of, if this is a pirate vessel, I have extra paperwork, not like I'm going to do something negative towards this.
Runner Lehos? Lehos?
Lahios, yeah.
Lahios, please be welcome on our ship. We can now spin in. I would like to give you one quick warning that our security is quite tight. You may be quickly shunted into a brief containment and scan before entering the main body of the ship, but I assure you no harm will come to you.
Not good. Tell him not to make any bargains.
He can make a bargain if he wants to.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to him.
And will he be shunted even though
I said Bay.
There's like a
You-
bunch of
you May. Maybe.
well, okay, but I was thinking of like the current thing
Oh yeah.
zone.
But Al still finds a way to talk to them.
Has he grabbed anybody since then, though?
Yes. Although most of the time it's very short, right? So Al's basically like, you're there for a couple of minutes, for like, a minute or something. It's probably not going to kill you. It's still probably not good for you, but extended exposure is what causes real problems.
You can still
Put a little-
visit Chernobyl. Just keep it short, brief.
A little lead blanket
But there
on.
are parts of Chernobyl you cannot go to.
And so he will say, you say that, and he says, your ship has some sort of folded technology. If it does, please understand I am a runner. Such things will be disrupted by my presence, not by my intention. And then he taps something on his chest, and you see where he kind of did the salute, where he crossed his right arm across his chest and tapped part of the armor that's kind of above where his like left lung would be. So like lower on the chest where like a traditional like military salute would be, but it's kind of like more towards like the rib cage almost.
Mhm.
But he notices it, he like touches it, and you see a little piece of his armor spiral outward, and you see out of the little spiral thing that kind of looks like a tiny spin disc, there are like half a dozen little tentacles that slowly sort of reach out, tentatively, like tasting the air from a little hole in his chest.
Oh. Okay.
Is it aberrant?
I've made the assumption that only one of many is going to had gone to do this. Did everyone else go with her?
No.
I don't think anyone did.
Just her.
Okay.
Is it aberrant?
She's fine.
So you could do like a monster knowledge check to see.
Sure. Does it look biological or does it look mechanical?
It looks biological, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay. So I need. I mean, you're going to know what you know. This would be a dungeoneering check, please. So hook me up with a dungeoneering check. What are we looking for? Okay. I have the DCs pulled up again. So.
I don't know.
So that still makes easy DC. So you can see that that is some sort of small creature. It kind of gives a vague look of an aberrant creature, but maybe not actually an aberrant creature. You're not certain. And it looks like it's got a little like housing, right? Like that part of the armor looks like it has a section where it's been cordoned off, and it has a little like cage, for lack of a better term, for this little tentacly slug-like creature that is not connected to his body. It's just built into the armor, and he sort of opened up the little housing unit for that thing, and then it reached out to touch things. So he's like, hey, be aware, I have this. So if you're doing planner nonsense, I might just disrupt it, but I'm not doing it like because I don't trust you. It's just it might not work around me, and it's just what happens.
Didn't I see one of these in the vision of the,
Yeah.
of the Infinite Rings?
Oh.
I think I'm almost positive the runner in the vision has one of these things.
I
Yeah.
don't remember that, but
Definitely
okay.
wearing power armor.
Was his name
Yeah.
Dromani? Or Dromon?
I don't know that. Did we get his name? There was a
Yeah.
lady too, right?
We did get his name.
Yes.
I don't see in our master list a link to the. Oh wait.
I think that one was YouTube only. Is that right?
Oh no.
I-
Actually, if you go to the Prosperity Master List under Visions, there's a link, Shared Visions Written, and it's literally the first one.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Can
Fantastic. Dromios.
could I reach out a little finger to try to connect with that thing?
Oh my god, you are such a
Physical
little freak.
finger or like mental?
Physical.
So do you?
You're just gonna touch this guy's armor without like talking to him
Like-
about it?
Hey man, can I
It's
touch
like-
your worm?
It's
I
reaching out a
assume
little
you're doing it.
tentacle to me.
He showed it to you, and then you kind of reach up and touch it, right? Where it's going to be, if he has a problem with it, it's going to be easy for him to say something.
Yeah.
Alright.
So he notices you do that, and he doesn't stop you. And when you get close to it, one of the little tendrils will go out and touch you on the finger, and it gives you this sense of like comfort, of like everything's chill, all's clear, don't worry.
Which is exactly what the Leviathan, the Darklight Leviathan, do. By the way.
Pacify or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it's giving a sense of peace.
Hmm.
I don't trust this thing at all.
What's this little guy's name?
No!
Oh no.
So you see Ohio's kind of like cock his head to one side. They do not have names as such. At least it is considered improper to name one. The one that I have been issued here has these markings. And then he touches the little panel, and you see it. And when he touches the panel, the little tendrils kind of pull back, like it's aware that the panel's going to get closed. The panel closes, and then you can see there's writing on the exterior part of the panel that shows like a code that's with it. And then he's like,
a serial number?
yeah, basically it has a serial number. He's like, this is, he's like, basically he explains that like, this is a piece of equipment. It is alive, but it is a piece of equipment.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
that's
must
not a very
call it
creative way of-
something. I'm gonna call you Slick, and then I go through the spin disc.
The worm?
Yep.
So you see like as you go to spin away, the Minotaur kind of gives a look down towards the towards Glimmer, and Glimmer just sort of like nods and smiles and gestures, and then gives sort of a like, hey, what do you know? Everyone's different.
Look at this quirky girl.
This fucking freak.
So he goes and spins onto the thing, and as the Minotaur steps onto the ship, there is this immediate intense heat around the Minotaur, and you see him like flicker, 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 flicker as you see Al pull him away, and then he takes a little shuffling step to the side and just dips out of Al Shaib's realm. And you see there's a moment of like several attempts, and you see the Minotaur just sort of like almost like he's not even taking steps. He's more like he's like adjusting his weight, like kind of like having sea legs, right? Like he feels something is bucking underneath his feet, and he's just sort of like adjusting his weight as he does. And Griffle can feel the sort of planar energy around the runner just go insane. As you can feel what seems like several planar shifts happening back to back to back. And then after a moment, it fades, the sort of heat in the room spaces out to where it's just awkwardly warm for a couple of minutes. And then the Minotaur kind of looks around. That is impressive.
So is yours. How did you do that?
He just kind of shrugs and goes, we are born to the maze. It cannot hold us well. But this is impressive. I've only found a couple of places within the rings that could match the intensity of the pull of this. The little one, he kind of gestures vaguely without looking at it. And you can see he's like in the visor. He's like examining the ship. And you can tell that he is looking with his eyes, but there's something inside of his visor. He's taking like readings and he's looking through stuff. Because while he's talking to you, you can tell the voice, the like demeanor of someone who's like reading something while they're talking.
Uh-huh.
And he says, the little one told me a great many things and stories, but he cannot see some things. But he did not exaggerate. Maybe he tried and just didn't know how truthful he was being. So he taps the side of his helm, and you can see like he kind of like took the display away, and you see the front of his visor go clear. And he does that same sort of bow where he puts his hand over that little circular hole in his chest, or in his chest, or a chest plate. And he does the bow, does the same introduction, Runner Lahios at your service, and then says, "You are looking for passage into the inner rings. I cannot permit people to go until I know their purpose, until I know their mission and can give it to the Hierophant. I am intrigued, but do not think that my curiosity will overwhelm my duty. If you are going with ill intent, I will spin back to my home."
Oh, no ill intent.
I see define ill intent.
God, how do we even explain to this guy why we're here?
Can
Like,
I
what do we
literally ask
say?
him to define ill intent?
"We are commanded to protect the great structures. This place, it is a temple to all that we are and were. The Minotaur are here because of the folding of the realms, and the folding of the realms are here because they are home to the Minotaur. This place is for us and of us. If you are here to make study of certain mysteries, then you will not be permitted to stay long in any one place. If you mean to shift some of the folded lands, you will be escorted out at best. Understand that the land here, and by land I mean," and he sort of gestures towards the kind of the open space around the side of the ship, "I mean all of this is what we see as our land, is sacred. There is a way to traverse the inner rings, and there is a way to burn your way through. Those that try to burn their way will be met with force. By us or by the rings themselves."
That's fair.
So he basically
Why are we
says,
here?
this is sacred land, and our sacred duty is to make sure it stays ours.
Mhm.
And so he's like, you need to understand that if you're going in here, there's going to be places you're not allowed to go to. And you need to respect when we say that that's off limits.
Yeah, I think we're fine with that.
So telepathically to the party, we would like to find the prison, right?
Yeah.
And we have the coordinates for where it was going, right?
Yes.
Sort
I
of.
believe so.
So I think we tell this guy we are trying to reach this set of coordinates.
What if he says
That
no?
could be really dangerous if he knows what's there, or if it's like, oh, like this is in the center of the rings. This is like the holy of holies.
Which it probably
if we
is.
if we don't say why before we tell him where we're going, I think this could end. Like it could go bad for us.
So then, I mean, I think we know that the Minotaur do work on Forerunner tech. The ship is Forerunner tech. So maybe we could say we are following the path of a piece of Forerunner tech, or we could try to ask if, like, this is a big ass ship. Maybe it came through and they noticed it, or something.
You guys do
Because
have the coordinates. The coordinates don't make a hell of a lot of sense because the stuff inside of the rings is chaos. Right? It's the coordinates that you have are for what would be here if this was a physical place, but you know you can't just plug those in and hit go.
Okay.
So it's sort of
Here-
like imagine you were like, cool, I have a GPS that'll take me to this city. But where you want to go, rather than just being able to drive in a car to that city, it's like, I don't know if there are any roads to get there. I don't know if we would have to fly in to someplace nearby and then take something or take a ship. Like it's the path to get there is very difficult, even if you have the coordinates.
Gary, all I can think about right now is your GPS. Becky, was it?
Yeah.
That's what I'm picturing right now.
I have an idea. Because I think these guys are like pretty anti-adversary, like especially based off of like the conversation that we witnessed with Aegis. I think they're like kind of like waging a war against like the parasites to try and like keep the rings safe, right?
Mhm.
So I feel like if we say like we probably can't explain, because like I don't want to give him all the context of like, okay, well, like there's these things called Mir and there's this true name knife that like we need to kill this guy and we think that like like that feels like too much and also not believable. Like it's too fantastical, I think, for him to kind
This
of
guy's
like
brain
take
is
it
tiny?
seriously. Yeah,
How dare you.
I think he's gonna be like, okay, I think you guys might be insane, and then he's gonna like, yeah. But I feel like what we could say is, like, we are friends of Aegis, like Old Ironsides. We know that you fight against the adversary. What we want to do in the rings will aid us in this fight against the adversary. And like we need to, and as a result, like we need to go to these coordinates. And what we do there will be like will benefit us and you in the fight against the adversary. Because these guys are like sacrificing lives every day, right? People are dying every day to keep the parasites out of the rings. So unlike other places that we've encountered, they know that the parasites are actually a threat. Where
Yeah.
like previously we've like talked to people and those people have been like, yeah, well, like we know the parasites exist and they're like pretty annoying, but they're like not that big of a deal, sort of deal.
Right.
I like that. Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Do it.
Sure. I guess I will put voice to that, so I'll be like, what's his name again? Sorry.
Laios is the guy's name.
Lahios. Runner Lahios. We are friends of Old Ironsides. And we have come here seeking to progress our fight against the parasites. We know that your people also make great sacrifices in this, in the hope of retaining order in the not order, retaining the territory of your sacred grounds. I cannot tell you everything, but what I can tell you, and you may feel free to, if you would like us, if you would like me to make this declaration as bound or treated or in a circle of truth, I am more than happy to do so. But nothing that we do in this place will put everything that we do in this place will further the cause of fighting against the adversary.
And then you give him the coordinates of where you're going, or is this sort of
to do so we need to go to this place and give them the coordinates.
You'd be like, what the fuck?
I feel like this is like asking to go to like Mecca as like a non-Muslim or something.
You give him the coordinates. He kind of was like nodding along with the first part, And then you give him the coordinates and he stops nodding. And he says,
Yeah, I had a feeling.
he kind of turns his head to the one side, and you can tell. So, like, he has a system that lets him sort of speak, and then he kind of like has to turn the intercom on, right? So, like, he's in the suit of armor,
Yeah.
and he has to turn it on so you can hear him say. So he says something without turning the intercom on, that inside of his helmet first. And you can hear him sort of, because he's still pretty big. So like while he doesn't have the helmet on, it's kind of muffled by it. And he says, not really under his breath, but without the thing on, he says, light without for light within, the flood will rise. And then he turns on the comms and says, how did you come by these coordinates?
That's what I thought. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
Okay. You might want to drink.
Yeah.
And then like when he sees there is this moment of like, hesitation, not like problematic, but it's like, all right, how do we explain this? He puts up a hand and says, if you do not wish to share, tell me only what these coordinates mean to you.
Oh,
Okay. We
That's
were
risky.
investigating. I'm gonna give him a cliff notes. Is that
Okay.
okay? We were
Yeah.
investigating a Forerunner site that we believe was very important to plans of the adversary. This site went unused because the criteria were not met to send it off to complete its mission. But while we were in this site, we found these coordinates as the destination of this tech, essentially a prison for very important people who may have been crucial in fighting against the adversary over 10,000 years ago.
He nods. So this is old. And it was something the ancients had planned to come to fruition, but it failed.
Yes.
He nods. And why do you want to go there then? Is there technology? Is there information? What is this place to you?
Hmm.
We believe that there are people who have been held in stasis for many years who are now released. And we need to talk to some of them.
Well, we don't believe that. We know that.
He,
Yeah, but we
That's part
can't
of our
say
mission.
to him that we know. We can't tell him we know. Because then he's going to ask us, how do you know then?
Smile.
He sort of like listens, nods along, and you get the impression from him that he believes that you're holding stuff back, but he doesn't necessarily believe that that's like that's necessarily a deal breaker, right? The mode that he gives is like of like a soldier, and you're like, hey, this is operational knowledge that we have or that we're willing to give, and he's like, okay, I understand. I'm also not going to tell you everything and all of our secrets. I kind of opened with that is I'm going to have to tell you there's some points where you don't look and you do need to agree to just not fucking touch things that I tell you not to touch, or we're going to have problems. So the idea that you're holding stuff back does not seem to bother him. And he says, where you mean to look is within the innermost circle. It is dangerous to go. I would say, if you brought this to me 80, 90 seals ago, that this was impossible. When I was young and dumb, I would have said it could have been done, but
things have been getting more and more deadly. The floodwaters rise. They are pushing outward, always. But things are changing in the rings. Those coordinates, officially there is nothing there. It is a black site. There is nothing but void. It was a good marker in the maze. You could set your way by it. You could sense it from a long way off, sense the nothingness that is there. But recently, the runners are beginning to call it the well. It feels as if everything is pulling you there. If you don't focus, then a simple spin, a simple passage through the maze, you'll find all the doors opening deeper in. We've been told not to go there, but it's not an official decree. It's battle orders. But if I am hired by you, I am not on duty.
He takes a deep breath.
I might be too old. But I will hear you out. Some of the young ones have tried, have taken legionaries close to the well. They have not done well. What remains of what has gone close has been difficult to identify. You are asking me to go to a place that would normally be deadly. And now, not only would it normally be deadly, it is straight through the heart of the flood. Straight through the heart of the parasites that are pushing ever further out of containment, taking more of our territory. You don't understand what these things are. You use the Legionaries terms. Parasite. They're not that. They will consume everything. They will drown reality in themselves. Eat and eat until all is beneath the waters.
It is refreshing to meet someone who understands the peril. There are so few who truly see.
You can get like a second where he tries to figure out if you're playing him. But then when he notices like just how like serious and how genuine you're being and how that sort of like relief of no, they're taking these things seriously is actually there, you see he nods along like, yes.
Do
I will
all of your kind feel the same? All the makers?
Do we feel that the sun is bright, that the black is cold, that life is short? Yes.
Okay. She's
So-
basically like, don't tell me to suck eggs.
Yeah. Well, he's basically like, all of your people believe this danger at your doorstep is dangerous. And he's like, yeah, we're very aware.
Okay, so they must also be like incredibly frustrated by how few other people actually give a shit. Okay, I like this guy. Okay, guys, I feel like maybe we should level with him a little more than what we have been.
He
Thoughts?
seems interested and willing to help. I think we should give him the why, so he knows what he's fighting for.
So he will
Okay.
kind of give that speech, and then he sort of, I will say, like, he realizes that you are reacting genuinely to the speech of like, oh, I'm not talking to people who are going to immediately shut me down. And then he says,
If you can give me what you know, what you are the more you are willing to share, the more I am able to understand. We need to know. This well, is it a siren's call? Or are we ignoring a warning? Can we see this for what it is if we don't know what it is?
Okay. Is everyone cool if Griffle just says a bunch of stuff?
Yep.
Yes, I am. I'm curious. What do we think the answer to that question is?
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Because
I
I'm
don't
thinking
know.
I think it's the runners hearing the call of the mirror.
It could be. But it
Is-
also could be.
Do we know which mirror is theirs from the manifest, the logs?
No. Oh, I think we had an idea, didn't we?
Did we?
What do they speak?
Common now.
Specifically, they speak technical common, which in game worlds is like technobabble,
Leads,
right? Like
yeah.
they speak like Starship.
Ancient technical common, restel line 14.
Line 14. Oh yeah.
Genial pet.
Ask. Maybe we should ask him if the name Ratestel Genial that
Means anything, yeah.
Yeah.
Quick question: what's the mental tag?
Rising water
it's-
pushing its way through winding corridors, slowly building
Corridors.
pressure. That feels Minotaur-y.
That feels very Minotaur, yeah. That feels
didn't-
very like fighting
didn't-
the infinite rings, or yeah.
Yeah. Or because the parasites want to drag everything under the water, right?
He
Yeah.
just said that. Just talked about water.
There's
Yeah.
also an ancient
so I'm
common
saying-
on line 20 called Castrimino Mio. That doesn't sound like a Minotaur name to me, though.
Yeah, so
That's what I'm
maybe
saying.
There's
like
another.
maybe the rising water is not a minotaur, but it's what the minotaur is
Yeah.
trying to fight against, right?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Well, so it's we learned that like they're pretty abstract from like Sage. Because he
Oh,
was
yeah.
trying to, like, so I think what Sage said he was trying to like convey was this like idea of like being willing to talk,
hmm
and that's not at all what what we got from that from the
Yeah.
yeah.
So, can we ask him? Does the name Ratesel Genialtat mean anything to you?
He sort of tilts his head to one side and says, "I do not understand. If you
Can I-
are especially ignorant or especially knowledgeable."
Unfortunately, both. Is that like your big important guy that everybody knows about?
He goes and he like reaches up and he grabs the like binding points on the tops of his armor and clips off his like breastplate. And then as he pulls off his breastplate, you can see his fur is sort of like matted down, but his chest is completely covered in glyphs. And he has like tattoos and stuff that you can sort of see half through the fur. So like the skin is tattooed, and then there's like oily paint that's painted onto the fur that's on top. So his chest is like a complete mess. And it's very difficult to sort of see what's there because it's a bunch of like overlapping symbols on several different mediums all stacked on top of one another. And
and then he unclips his chest thing, and then he opens up around his heart, and then you see that in the center of his chest, that would be there's like a brand, and then you can see when he opens he kind of parts the chest hair a little bit, so you can see down in the skin underneath. You can see that there is a pathway that shows like several concentric rings. So he's got a symbol that's branded into the center of his chest that has a little marker on it. And then you can see when it goes down his chest and he opens up the fur that's kind of underneath the left side of his chest, where he salutes, where he touches that side of his chest, there is a set of symbols there that have a gate. And it looks like there's an open gate with a symbol right in the middle. And the symbol in the middle could be translated as the word Retzel.
All right.
So, and he will say, this, he taps the thing in the center of his chest, is what they give each of the runners to remember what we serve, what we look for, and what we do. This is the path. He runs his hand down the center of his chest, and he goes off to the side of his chest. Says, we are to keep the gates. We keep them open to keep them closed. We remember the sacrifice of the one that closed the gate so the flood is contained.
What? Hang on.
So he's like, do I know this name? Yeah, that's the mythical person that my order is founded to honor. Is to keep that stuff open. And at the end of the path, this, the story, right? The story that has gone through their people is the end of every runner's path. Like ideologically, is that they will be the one that is able to keep the flood at bay by keeping the doors open, but keeping the flood inside, right? By beating back the parasites, by beating back the creatures that are here, but still keeping this open to the world.
Okay.
All right.
So if the rings had ever closed and the prison had actually made it there, it would have been lost forever.
And I think that was the plan.
So hang on, I would like to ask, what is the because this is obviously like a mythology, right? But we know that there is an element of truth to this. He might not know that there's an element of truth to this. I want to know, like, what is the myth? Like, what is the belief? Like, how do you believe that Retzel achieved this great feat? Do you know what it is that he did?
You can see, like, because he has the helmet on still, so you can see the muscles in his neck when he smiles and gives this like big grin, and then he just shakes his head and is like, I am no myth speaker. I am not one of the hierophants to entertain the children. I will tell you the pieces I've always thought were important to know. For us, we know that there was a great war. When the time of the Forerunners came to an end, there was destruction on a scale that cannot be understood by people that live in this newer, smaller age. And back then, there was a great and terrible light. That light seared the adversary. It burned the waters of the flood. It kept them at bay. And it was that they would stand as last bastion against the night. It was that they were the old keepers of the outer gates, and that should they fall, all would be drowned, and the flood knew. And so the flood brought their might to the light, but they knew they would fall. The light knew it was but one light in a great and unending darkness. And so when that darkness came to it encircled with power, with purpose, with knowledge and force of arms. Ring after ring after ring. A trap for those that would deal a death blow to the light of the universe. That is the gate, held shut by the blood of my people, held open by the hope of my people, that even trapped for 10,000 years, the light will never falter.
Oh shit.
It's kind of hard. Amen.
That's
When he does that, you
preach,
see,
brother.
you see this sort of like hum go around him. And when he starts talking and telling the story, you can see the front of his visor sort of like flicker and twist. Like there's something going on behind the visor in front of his eyes. And you see this very faint, sort of sickly yellow glow coming from inside of the visor that as soon as he stops talking, dies away.
Oh. Was he a Topaz Crusader? He wants to be. Can I pull out the manifest from the prison and hold it up to him and point to Retzel and say, these are the very important people that the adversary locked away. These are the people in the prison that is now at your well.
I would, because then I think the mirror is what's calling them there.
Mm-hmm. I like to do that.
So he takes the manifest, and you can see he looks over it really quickly, and then he kind of taps that thing where you can see the helmet goes from being see-through to being sort of like a screen, right? Where like you can't see what's on the other side. Like he turned on some part of his system to be able to read some of the stuff that he can't read on it. And he reads the manifest, and then he just sort of like shifts it into his hand so that his thumb is next to the name on the list. And you see him, he doesn't turn the thing on, but you can hear him like kind of mouthing something, muttering under his breath. Like he's like, it's too good to be true. Like he's fighting with himself. He's looking at this name and being like, this seems too much. And he's sort of like struggling with that thing where he's kind of like overwhelmed, right? Like he's like, hey, this is how my people are. And then you're like, here's a piece of paper with your mythical hero who's just one of a list. Like these are all, we're going to tell you, these are all important people, but like your entire way of life and your order of people, the runners, they all dedicate to this self to one person who is just on this bigger list. And he's sort of struggling with that. Struggling to
In
see
other words,
if
you're a dick.
No, it's more along the lines of like, you're upending some part of my worldview. It's not completely against what I believe, because you're saying this thing that is core to our people is also very important. But you can see that he's sort of struggling with not necessarily, is this true or is this false, but more along the lines of like, am I the one to make this call? And after a second, he will hand it back to you and say, I have taken a scan of what you have shown me. It is my sworn duty to report this to the Hierophants. I, however, am torn. There are a great many decisions being made above the heads of the runners. We are being told to do things, and the things that we are told are sometimes seals or spans past when they would be useful. If I give this to them, would they permit us to go?
Could I ask you, have any of your leaders recently lost an eye?
He shakes his head. Officially, no.
we were able to detect the corruption of one of the speakers when his eye was struck out. He was removed from his position, physically and otherwise.
Then you knew when his eye was put out. You knew he was corrupted. How?
There are wards, defenses, ways of seeing things. We use all powers at our disposal. I do not think people knew before, but when his eye was removed, there was a surge of flood energy. We could feel the signature perverting his sector. His entire family was put to the blade. So he'll basically give the story in a very like, I'm a soldier, this is something that needed to get done, of they didn't know it was happening until something happened. They saw it was happened. They could detect, oh, that's adversary energy, or from his perspective, that's flood energy. And then they said, cool, we don't risk this sort of shit. Kill him and everyone he's associated with.
I'm glad that you were able to detect that. Most leaders that we have talked to have not. So then it seems that your leadership is perhaps just overwhelmed and not evil. Either way, we are prepared to go into the rings, and we are prepared to free your mirror along with the others that we were not able to get to earlier.
So he kind of shakes his head like he's snapping out of something, and then he, stands up a little bit more straight. He goes and sort of clips his breastplate back on and takes the time of like clipping on his armor and getting resealed and resuited to sort of gather himself. And then he says, I'm getting ahead of myself, treating myself as if I have a Hierophant's horn. I might not need to make this decision. It might be made for me quickly here. The little one assures me that you have a way to deal with the flames that burn brightly within the inner rings. I know he means well, but you... He kind of tilts his head to the side, like changing what he was about to say. Actually, you seem to be treating it with the severity it deserves so far. I will continue to assume you do so here. What is your plan, or what is your power to counter the burning death? There is a force within the rings that seems unthinking in some ways, and in others it's just... We've not been able to predict it. It acts with an alien intelligence. It does seem to be mostly able to be directed to burn away the flood wherever it is seen. But it does not seem to make any distinction between a creature of the flood and those who have merely seen or interacted with one. All
Summer
are subject to their fire.
We think Summer Night might be.
100 P, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking one of many's gonna die in there.
Not yourself?
I don't know. I'm just thinking if it targets
Well, you do
anything,
have a brain wormy.
Exactly. If it targets anything that's interacted.
What are you guys talking about?
So basically what he says is like,
Fascinating.
hey, I might not have to make this decision after all. If you guys don't have a built-in way to counter this thing, I'm going to tell you it's too dangerous to go through this thing. This is from his perspective, this is a relatively new threat that they've had to deal with. And they mostly deal with it by staying out of its way and not confronting it. But he's like, if we're going to go in there, if you're trying to go to a specific location, we're going to have to have some sort of plan. And he says, Glimmer let me know that you guys got this problem solved.
So,
But also, I'm not trusting Glimmer. So what is your actual plan? Is this true at all?
do we believe that it is like summer power causing these flames?
Sounds maybe
I
like
want
it.
you to answer your
When-
question.
What question?
Or do you, Drock, do you understand what we think the flames are?
No, I like that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, do we all believe it's like summer power, and like now that the queen's back, she's doing stuff, or is it something to do with the ship that came here, or what? Right?
Do you recall the conversation around? Okay, first of all, do you recall the vision where there was a creature that burned through what was called a hunter-killer drone, which
Yeah.
was the vision of the Minotaur?
Yeah, I do
Okay,
remember
do you
that.
recall?
And that we think was a summer night.
We
Yeah.
know it's a summer night
Okay.
because we were told.
So we think it's what's her face? The
A
Mm,
name.
okay.
Not Amos.
The one
Yeah.
who I almost had to fight and would have died. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah,
mhm.
yeah, yeah. The one that the one that Lachesis was gonna call to account. Yeah.
Okay, so when he asked that, I'll basically step forward then and kind of glow like I did on the other ship there.
So he looks, and you see him like touch his visor, like he switches through some stuff, and then he nods and says, "So you know the power. You have great control or ways to countermand it." You can tell like he doesn't really know what it is, but his like with his visor, he's like, I can sort of recognize the energy signature, and I know that that matches up with the thing that's here, but maybe not that he knows what that is.
Right.
He
Makes
is supposed to fight her to the death. So
I don't think that's the version we want to go with.
It's the version I want to go with.
I mean, is that what one of many says?
yeah,
He kind of cocks his head to the side and says, "The one inside is her."
yes. She is a
She's
summer
pretty
night.
angry.
And you believe, should you and her strike one another, that you will be victor.
Define believe.
Right, he's not asking the group. He looked at Drock and is like, you think that you can take her?
This is why I didn't want to go with this version of the story. Her and I are on the same side, but if we need to fight, I would do my best to win.
Wait.
That's all I got, right? Like, it's,
Do you
Oh my
believe
God.
that statement?
What are you doing, my best?
exactly.
And the runner just sort of like shakes his head like,
This is why I didn't
Well.
want to go with that version of the story, guys.
if
We
your
are. Oh, go ahead.
So he then says, if your champion proves to be not up to the task of fighting the one that I have seen, melt their way through entire sectors and ships, whose very touch seems to be death, then one hopes you have a backup plan, other measures for dealing with the intense heat of her attention.
We don't need a backup plan.
Doesn't the Forge Master's Malice have some fiery?
Well,
Yeah.
their
sure
thing
does.
is like, I would say we have dealt with the one who gives her power and survived those flames. We can survive her.
So he kind of like, all right. If it is not needed to be secret for operational security, I would be interested if you have. He sort of kind of like goes through a couple of times, and then he goes and switches from verbal communication to mental communication. Kind of like knocks on one of many, like, "Hey, can you reopen communications for a second?" He switches back to mental communication. It's like, I don't know if you have a word for this, but then he gives, effectively says, like, "Do you have video logs of your confrontation with the one that gave her power, so that I can see sort of what we're dealing with, right?" He's like, I don't know what the normal people way of phrasing that is, but like, can I see the logs?
Can I show him my memory?
Do we have flying directly into the sun?
So you can show him that, and then he'll just sort of like rock back in his armor. Huh. It is a strange perspective to take for it to be a lie. And then he shrugs. Then the decision must be made. When do you plan to leave? I will try to make the decision as quickly as I can. But I must go see someone to ask first.
Do we want to do this before or after Dream Concordance?
Hmm.
He's basically like, I know I'm going to have to make the decision somewhat quickly, but I want to go visit somebody and talk to them. Do I have enough time to go talk it out and then come back? Like you can tell he's like going to go to somebody for advice.
Hmm.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, I
How
think he
long
has time
does
to do
Dream
that.
Concordance take?
I think
Long
it
rest.
takes however long it takes. Like it depends how long you're in there. But here's the thing. Here's one thought. If we find Merc's daughter at the prison, then she could make him mortal and maybe we don't have to do Dream
Yeah,
Concordance.
that's kind of
Yeah.
what I was thinking, right? Like, do we worry about the Dream Concordance, or do we just go as soon as we can? I would think, with everything going on, it sounds like the rings are in chaos. I think the sooner we go, the better.
Yeah.
The less stories spread, and
Mhm.
Glimmer has less chance to tell more people about us, etc., etc.
Yeah, we need to put a kid lock on that spin disc.
To be fair to Glimmer, he did tell the right kind of person about us.
He did. He did.
Oh
I know.
yeah, I'm not concerned at all about what he did. It's just if people overheard, if rumors start spreading, the
Yeah.
faster we go,
It
the
could
better.
get pretty risky. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am broadly in agreement.
Okay. So ASAP, but he can go talk to his friend.
Mm. Yeah.
So if you agree to that, he says, I will not be long. There is one of ours that has been dealing with those that deal, who's seen a lot of runners not come back. And if anyone can give me some idea of what I'm looking at, Fraser will tell me what I need to know. I will make my decision and tell you what it is. Even should I tell the Hierophants of what you plan to do, I will tell you first, in case you wish to be elsewhere when I pass this message along to Central.
We know that name?
Kind of
Fraser.
him.
Central?
No, but Fraser.
Freyzo?
Oh.
That's not the chick from the. No, that was.
No, the chick from the Vision exploded.
That's right. Was it Freyza mentioned in the vision? Yes, it was. That is the person who told Drameus to not go if they were too tired.
Mm.
So in the message, it's the dispatcher for the runners.
Yeah. Dispatcher.
Should we drop that we know the name and be like, yes, please give your regards to the dispatcher? Or our regards to the dispatcher?
Do it. That's slick.
I don't know, it could get us in trouble.
That's never stopped me, but you
So-
you do Drock.
You kind of say that, and then again he says without turning on the helmet or without turning on his comms, ignorant and knowledgeable, and then goes to walk and spin away.
Rude.
Well, it's
but
like
truthful.
that's what Kylie, or that's what one of many said to him, right? We're ignorant
Yeah.
about something and knowledgeable about other, and he's like, basically it's the same of being like, you guys know the weirdest shit.
Yeah. Yes, we do.
So he goes and spins away. Because I'm bad with time zone changes, we have 20 minutes left a session, correct?
Yeah.
Hour
Yeah.
and 20. Wait.
No, just 20.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We only play for 5 hours
Yeah.
Yeah.
only.
Only.
So-
Yeah.
Only.
Every
We
time-
only play for 5 hours.
Every time I tell anyone I have 5-hour D&D sessions, like even other D&D groups, they're just blown away that we can focus for 5 hours.
How could you play for less time?
I know. Maybe 4,
You
but
wouldn't
even
get
that feels...
anything done. Well, so that's the thing, right? Like
Well,
most
you
of the
wouldn't get
sessions that
anything
I've been a
done.
part of are like 3 or 4 hour sessions, right? You just don't get that much done. So like you still like have fun or whatever, but yeah, you just don't do very much.
You just have to play
Fun
every
or
week.
whatever, but you don't get anything done.
I will say that, like, also when I run shorter sessions, I kind of put my hand on the till a little bit more of being like trying to push people to make decisions and have a little bit less of the sort of indecisive. We're really sort of chewing the scenery, chewing and discussing what we know, what we don't know. And my game doesn't really lend itself well to that kind of play. So, you know, to a certain degree, it does make sense that our sessions are a little bit longer, just because it would be very difficult if, like, literally one half of our runtime was recap. But yeah, so he will go and spin away. We'll say, hey, you know, I'll give you a decision tomorrow. But he's going to go talk to the dispatcher that's had to deal with a lot of the runners that have encountered. I've encountered the what you guys think is a summer night. He's like, I'm gonna go talk to them and be like, hey, I think these people might know what it is. This is what they're saying is going on. This is what they showed me. Does this mesh well? And then he's going to give you an answer whether he's going to agree to come with you and use his clearance to let you into the rings, or whether he's going to basically say, this is too big of a decision for me. I'm going to give all of the information to command, the central, and then the Hierophants will choose how to do it. So that happens. Then the question becomes, you know, this is the end of the, you know, middle end of the second day. Do you guys chill and wait for him to come back? Have a second day here. Your crew has a second day of shore leave, right? Where they can relax and spend money and and like not be teleporting into war zones for a second day.
Yeah.
You get one more day of not teleporting into war zones, and then we're back at it, guys.
Back at it like a bad habit.
Yeah, I think
So-
so.
So this is our second day here, right? We want to do the Dream
Mhm.
Concordance tonight.
I
That was gonna be
well,
I don't
is
think we
do you-
should.
We're thinking we
Why?
should do the prison
Oh, yeah.
first.
Okay.
Because the prison might make the Dream Concordance irrelevant if we can find Merc's daughter and if we can make him mortal.
Make who mortal?
Dalseth.
That's not what Merc's daughter does. Merc gives people nature.
doesn't she makes people have or not have nature?
She can make people like have or not have a nature at will. Like that's her special power.
Oh, I didn't realize she could take away a nature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know that she can, but like her whole thing is like, even if she can't, she would still at least be able to tell us like what the fuck is going on.
Okay.
I will say that while you haven't seen her do it, the conversation you had with her heavily implied that she does have the ability to do it.
To do both.
Yeah,
Yeah.
To both grant and remove natures.
Ah, okay.
But that's not the same as immortality. I thought it was. I guess.
Well, to have a nature kind of grants one like a sort of immortality, right?
Mm.
We know
Like
that
maybe-
one can be immortal without having a nature.
Like Dalseth.
I
Yeah,
guess they
Delta probably
usually
doesn't
go
have a
hand
nature.
in hand, but not always.
Like
Maybe
Shadow
that's
Mantle is immortal but does not have a nature.
That's true. But then they kind of said
And
like
many of us
starts
will become
to have a
immortal
nature.
and not have a nature.
Oh, that's optimistic of you.
I said many of us, not all of us.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with if we wanted to do the dream concordance first because I think those are cool. But if we wanted to go to the prison first, that is also cool with me.
Yes.
I will say that so as an aside, just from the like talking to the players rather than talking to like what the characters might want to do, the stuff that I have set up for dream concordance, assuming you are, kind of go through it with the sort of the systematic way that you guys tend to go through things, it's likely to be multiple sessions.
Okay.
Oh.
So like
Well, so that's
probably
the other thing, right?
2. But I'm not. There's a lot of choices. There's a lot of stuff that can happen in it. But mostly, I just want to make it clear that, like, if you go Dream Concordance, that means that if anyone's really, as a player, is like, man, I'm really interested to get into the rings. In world, it's still going to happen the next day. Like you're not actually delaying your trip into the rings at all. But for us as people getting to do stuff, it is going to be delaying going into the rings by a little bit because.
I will say I'm really keen to get into the rings.
I am too.
I'm all for it.
All for what?
Going into the rings.
Oh. I'm ambivalent.
I think we
So-
try and talk to Lady first and see what she says.
Merc's daughter?
To Merc's daughter.
Yeah.
Although, if we've had a rest here, and we're going to have another one before we go into the rings, we could ask Clotho or Mother about taking away Dalseth's immortality.
That's true. And about Amon.
Mm-hmm. Be like, is Amon going to kill us?
So that is a Drock thing. Drock, do you want to, on your day of downtime, use your summer power to bring her attention on you?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Get more information. Try and figure out if we do have to fight or not.
So what we'll say is when you draw on the connection, you can feel the connection doesn't work quite right when you first kind of pull it into you. Where you're like, hey, Clotho, come look through my eyes, summon up her attention. It does work, but there's sort of like a momentary hesitation. And then you feel the intense presence of, you called on Clotho and Clotho did not answer. Lachesis answered.
That's fair.
So you call, answers, and then you get this, you have my attention, my knight.
Oh, thank you, specifics. So I guess, yeah, I want to explain to her, like, we're going into the rings. we might run into, what's the name? Amos? Oh, I'm so bad with
Amon?
names. Amon?
I think.
Amoth, I think.
Moth.
As in a moth.
To the flame.
Yeah.
And explained to her, I don't intend to fight her. Will she attack, or will she be friendly?
I do not know what mortality remains from my knight. She was ever hovering upon the approach to impropriety with her connections. She is something more now than she was before. If you can get through to her to speak, perhaps she will accept an honorable duel. Otherwise, I do not imagine she will go against the will of Summer and speak before she looks to coalesce all of the Summer Night within her mantle.
Is there any information you can give that would assist in getting through to her before she outright attacks?
My knight? What do you wish me to tell her? That she knows the heart of Summer and knows there should be only one true knight?
Oh, yeah, I don't know how to respond to that.
She's got a point.
She does, right?
You're just gonna have to duel her.
I mean, yeah, so you're like, is there anything I can get to? Is there anything you can tell me to say to her to kind of get through to her? And she's like, I don't need to get through to her. She's doing what she should do. Like, she is acting kind of potentially on like some sort of terrible instinct, but if she tries to kill you and tries to consolidate the power of the Summer Mantle onto herself, that is what I would command her to do anyways.
Yeah, she only held off because she owed us a favor. Like, she would have made you guys duke it out if we hadn't told her, like, hey, you need to chill.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Yeah. And she only did that because she owes us a favor, so she was like, yeah, okay, I'll not do this because you've asked me not to, but I don't like it, basically.
Yeah, all of which is
You
true.
don't even get the impression that she's saying she's not going to set up a fight to the death. You get the impression that she's saying, I'm just not going to try extra hard to set it up quickly.
Yeah.
So she still wants them to duke it out. She's just not, like, expediting that process.
Yeah. And, when you have Lachesis in you, she will basically say, you have this tiny fraction of what you can be. I don't need a bunch of weak tools. I need one weapon.
There.
So true. So true,
Ask
bestie.
her about Dulcet.
What do you guys want to know about Dulceth? What should I ask specifically?
Oh, how do we kill him, basically?
Okay. We have captured Dulceth and are looking for information on how to kill him and be rid of him. Is that something you can assist in?
I can help, but not directly. That which was implanted in him to pervert his purpose and make him. And then as she's saying, everyone else can see the Summer Night glowing and the deck heating up rapidly.
Drock?
What was placed in him is a remnant, a broken shard of my mother.
Oh.
Ask if we killed him, would you get that shard back?
It isn't my power. I cannot wield it It is an order of magnitude above even me.
Oh, okay.
How can we remove it?
I do not know. It is all that remains of the first of the Summer Queen Mothers. So it says a little piece of original Grandmother Summer is that spark in Dalseth. And so she says the lady and the queen, we're not allowed to go directly against a piece of grandmother.
Oh, so they can't fight Delseth because there's grandma inside him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we need grandma for that one.
Or there's another way, right? So she's saying, I can help
We
you
could get it.
indirectly. There's other ways to go about this. But if you want me to go in there and dig it, I can't dig that piece of summer out of the night, because that would be going directly against my court. And then she will say, it is part of our nature, part of who we are, to always defer to those above, but always take the responsibilities of those below. My daughter is currently indisposed, learning that she is no longer mortal. So, when you call her in your right as knight, I take her step. So the obligation goes both ways.
Mhm.
Okay. How does that help us? I feel like she's trying
So-
to give us a clue here.
If you
Yeah.
were if Mother Summer were indisposed, does that mean if we called, Grandma would answer?
Oh,
I think that's what she's saying. Yeah, it goes
Yeah.
up the chain.
but how would you
then
And
how-
like
possibly?
we know that grandma is like safe because she's in her like little
Pocket dimension.
bubble. Her bubble,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
We have
have
to kill
told
Mother
you
Summer.
what I have told you, my knight, and I wish you well. The connection fades.
How do we
We gotta
make
kill
her
Mother Summer.
indisposed?
Should have thrown the thing at the sun, bro.
Yeah. The Quicksilver Lab.
And yet, I don't think that would have done it now.
So a typical fairy nonsense answer, but an answer.
Mhm.
Well, it's not nonsense. It's just like I don't know how we can make it useful for us. Cause like, what are we gonna do? Like, we should get her drunk.
I don't mean like nonsense as in like it's actually nonsense. I just mean it's a fairy answer, not like a normal person answer.
Yeah.
But the fairy
So wait,
answer
she
is
said-
also I'm gonna die because the other Summer Knight has tapped into far more of the power than I have.
Yeah,
So-
but you got us.
Yeah.
You gotta fight for your right
Yeah.
to be a summer knight.
Yo.
She did say something else, right? Like ideally that came across that it's not just she's tapping into more summer, but like
It's corrupted.
corrupted or has outside power, has non-summer outside power, right? Like she was already an individual that was straining the summer night needs to be mortal clause.
Hmm. Interesting.
Oh, is she a vampire?
Don't know.
I
We
doubt
don't
it.
know.
She's a Minotaur.
Is she?
I thought we saw that she had too few fingers on her hand.
She had too many fingers.
Oh, too
Because
many.
Minotaur only
Only
don't
have,
have
like-
5 fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they only have, yeah.
I thought she was she a battle mind?
He's a battle mind.
We thought so.
Yeah.
So you guys go, take the rest, kind of say, hey, be back at this time, get everybody called back on leave. And you can tell that you get a request from Glimmer to let like half a dozen more kobolds on the ship. What would you say to that?
I mean, we can accommodate them, right? Like, it's not like we're pressed for space at this point.
So-
Yeah.
Let him on, but don't touch anything.
Yeah.
And you're swabbing
So-
the deck.
He will have half a dozen of his comrades come over as well before you guys sort of set off. You can tell that in his explanation of things, some of them believe you're going to go into the rings, and then when you come back out, you're going to take them all on a great voyage to the Holy Land. And then about a third of them decided that you're not going to bother coming back. So if they don't leave with you, they're never going to the Holy Land.
I mean,
I would say
wrong.
they're probably right. Remember those doors
they
we were
might-
going to check out in the vault?
I do every day.
So like a third of them were like, we're going to hop on this ship just in case.
Couldn't we spin them to Aegis?
I think a planar spin disc is different.
Yeah. So yeah, your ship only does short range
We could
spins.
stop off at a planar one. I'm sure the Legion has them.
But yeah, it's the same type that they have in Barrier, which is the name of the fortress right outside of the rings. The thing with the 3-tiered spin discs. Those are all short range as well.
We could probably port them off from Oglinski's ship because that thing has planar.
It does.
Discs, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you want to go fly out there, but that would be an interesting side quest. So you call everyone back in. Hey, be here by this time. What would be, if you were on a planet, if you guys were kind of still going by Soulbond time, would be sort of really early morning, like 4 a.m. You get a spin disc request for someone to come on board, and it is Lahios who wants to come on board ship, saying he has made his decision.
Cool. Yeah, we'll do.
Yep.
And he spins on board, and he has this like backpack thing that he has that has these 2 little walking legs behind him. So it's like he has almost like 2 looks like kind of like spider legs behind him because he has this giant oversized backpack that is attached to his body that doesn't look like he could carry it without having 2 extra legs to take some of the weight behind him. And then has like a rifle on his back, has like 2 blaster pistols, one on either side, has this weird looking looped gun strapped across his chest, and then held in one hand on his shoulder, he has this really bizarre looking sword that it looks like it's got the body of a sword, like the backbone effectively of a sword, but instead of the main part of the sword looking like a sword with a sharp edge, it looks like it's a bunch of little pieces stacked one on top of each other that all look like a small edge, like a bunch of little spikes all arranged in a row.
Fucking chainsword, bro.
Yeah, like your characters have never seen a chainsaw sword, but that is what he has. So he comes on just armed to the teeth and is like, someday the Hierophants may tell of my story, either as heretic or hero. It will be seen with the dawn.
So you're with us?
And he nods and says, the choice is made. Runner Lahios, reporting for duty. I will guide you until my death. And should my dying provide a way to point the way, I will hold open the way. And then he does that same salute, but this time he does it with his hand open with a little U shape almost, where he makes the fist, puts it over that spot that you know is on his armor, like that's under his armor that you can't see, and then he opens his hand to a U shape where if you could see the symbol that's burned into his chest, you'd see that what he just did was mimic his hand opening and showing the symbol of the Minotaur holding the gates open of the doorway.
Oh. Also, I just want to point out when I talked to I can't remember who actually, but I talked to someone about the nature of the crystal helm, and it said the crystal helm was destroyed by the Nera. The helm was once watches on the wall and seals on the gate, and this guy keeps talking about like holding the gate open.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering, like, I mean, how many cosmic gates can there really be? You know.
I have to run, you guys, but this was very
Yep.
fun. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I'll pick
And
y'all
that's
later.
it.
Yeah, that is a good place to end it, I guess. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
When is this next game, bro?
I don't know when the next game is, but I know the next game is going into the rings, and I am so excited.
This for like 4 fucking years.
We've been waiting for so long for this.
I know.
But yes, ideally do some scheduling stuff so we can try to do game stuff.
Oh,
I know
think
that
we are waiting on JP actually.
I think that's always the case. Yeah.
do you have
Next week it looked like Gary's out. Oh, I should stop the recording 1 sec.
Yeah.